and welcome in. Don't say anything, everybody, because I have to turn off Greg's face, because Greg's face is currently covered. But now he's in. He's back. He's here from outer space. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 15 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I am so happy to have you all here. So good, everyone. I am very excited. I suppose the first thing I should say, I want to thank everyone for being here in our audience. Everyone who's visiting us today and watching our show, thank you so much. We were a little bit late to start because we had to go and recrop our images because we have a special guest, and I won't say who it is, but I think you can guess because their face is right there and also their name. Oh my goodness.
It's a huge secret.
It's a huge secret. No one knows who it is.
Don't tell anybody, y'all.
Don't tell anyone. Thank you for coming into the show. This is our show, which is about occupied Paris in 1941. And if you want to support our show, there are many ways to do it. And the first thing you can do is to be here and watch the show. If you're watching right now, thank you, either live or Memorex on VOD or at YouTube, where we are archived. If you're on YouTube, give us a comment say hey in the comments if you like. Other things you can do to support us if you like, you can follow this channel. You can give tips or bits, and if you do, we will read out those messages at the intermission and at the end. You can also, if you like, join our Patreon. We have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and I'll see you crit Twitch, and all of that support goes to help pay the cast, and also our graphic artist, who, by the way, in a very short amount of time went and made this brand new and very awesome overlay, which I am very excited about. So that's pretty great. That's Ifrithiel, who's pretty amazing. So thanks to Iffy for doing that, and also made our new opening credit sequence. And Iffy also does all of our trailers. We put out I put out a tweet with like a bit of an audio trailer to it, and that's also done by Iffy. I mean, he doesn't do the audio part. I do the audio part, but he does the rest of it. So that's to go and help pay for the cast. This is amazing. That's what I got to say. I'm gonna just start. Oh no, sorry. There's one more thing. I forgot. Oh? The other thing you can do to support us is that you can use your channel points, which we call extra credits because this is the academic foxhole, to buy fate points for them. A limit of 4 for our group and a limit of 2 for the communists when the communists are due some fate points. And we're going to do this in 2 rounds this time, actually, because due to hurricane season, it's probably not even hurricane season, to things, actually marriages, weddings. We're going to be recording next Friday's episode, which is the finale. We're going to be recording it on Wednesday, and then on Friday we're going to be airing it, and I will certainly be in chat, and if any of the rest of the cast wants to be in chat to go and, chat, everyone is welcome, but I will certainly be there. And so we're not going to be able to do actually, we could do the channel points because I'll be here. Yeah, no, we can just do channel points on next Friday because I will be here and I'll see them anyway. And I'll just but we won't know how many they have.
But you can't use them.
Yes,
we could bank them for.
Yes.
We could bank them.
The future. Just throwing that out there.
That is what it is. So we're gonna at the intermission. I'm gonna reopen up the channel points to see if you want to give them channel points for next Friday, which maybe you don't want to. Maybe you're like, you know what? I just don't want you to go and have whatever kind of terrible confrontations are happening next week with channel points. Maybe that's where you're at. I don't know. I'm not the boss of you. So if you want, maybe you could like give me all the channel points. That would be pretty awesome. So I could have like 20 and they could have none. I don't even recommend it. I won't let you do it because you might, and that's a no. So let's see. What did I want to tell you? I think that's all of it. No, I wanted to pull over the channel points. Now, normally I pull over channel points so you can see them, but I'm not going to do that right now because while everyone's talking, I'm going to do a little bit of cropping. But I want to read out what we have. So for Coldrake donated, and I'm going to, you can see me increase over here. It'll be fine. They start with 2. Coldrake donated 1 fate point to Bricktops. Thank you, Coldrake. Rissa, Vive la Resistance, donated 1 fate point. Support from London. Hescape donated 1 fate point. Vive la Resistance. And Origami Shuriken also donated a fate point, bringing them up to a total of 6. And because our communists, considering what's going to be happening between now and then, might need them, our dear Krellin donated 2, right here, fate points for Mother Courage and the Red Tailors. So that is what they have got right now. And that said, I would like our cast to introduce themselves. We're going to go around, and as we start, I would like each person to say who they are playing, right? I think that's important. And if you would, I would love for you to answer this question as well. And that question is, you all have these different lives, right? All of these characters have these sort of fairly different lives. And in this session, we have Jules coming back from being abroad. He's been gone for like a little over, it's been like about 3 months.
I was thinking about 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, about like 2.5, 3 months. And it takes about 2 months to travel from Paris to London via roads, right? Because you have to go out and then through the Pyrenees, right? And you've got to make your way all the way through Spain to Gibraltar, then take a ship upwards. Like the process to escape occupied territory and get to safety takes about 2 months, and it's very dangerous, and you might be killed. And it takes somebody it's not easy. So it took about 2 months just to get to London with a canister of nerve agent, basically sarin gas, which had never been seen before because it was invented by a bunch of German scientists, including Regina's dad. And it took him about
late father.
Late father. He's super late. He's I don't think he's coming to dinner, is what I'm.
Very last season. Very last season.
It took him for about like 2 months to get there, and then it took about a week or so of debriefing. And thanks to all the information, they decided to fly him back in country. Things did not go as they could have, and we will find out about that when he gets there. But considering that our topic is a little bit of travel, I think I would like to ask, because I don't think anything negative will happen this episode. I think it'll be pretty upbeat and touchy-feely and wholesome. Yeah, smooth sailing. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I thought
a Brady Bunch episode.
It's the Brady Bunch episode.
We're all going to learn a lesson.
Is that a challenge?
I wish.
Challenge.
Maybe.
Challenge accepted.
Could you perhaps tell me your character's most favorite vacation they've ever had? Like some kind of, I know it might have been, or their last vacation. It might have been when Regina was 13. I don't know, because I know that she doesn't vacate, but she might have had one when she was in college. I don't know. So I would be interested in the last time your characters had a vacation, one of your favorite vacations. Where did you go, and what was that? Like, give me a pleasant memory is what I would like. I would like a pleasant memory before, So let's start with Greg, who got to see his Peanut Head in a school production right before the show started.
I did, yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller this evening. Ex-theater student, the German military, ex-Gestapo, and we'll see exactly how that all works out, especially since he took a bullet last week for that last one. His favorite vacation, without getting into too much detail, I would say it would probably be the 3 days he spent along a coastline in northern Africa. He had just enough water, he had just enough to eat, and he was able to kind of just hang out there on the coast along the Mediterranean. He was there because the ship that he had been on exploded. But it was a really nice time, those 3 days.
I am not at all worried about the fact that your nicest vacation was perhaps not voluntary because there was an explosion. I'm not going to talk about workaholism at all. That's fine.
Hey, knowing what I've known about Oscar and Regina, I feel like voluntary vacation. I don't know about all that.
we trip into a vacation and then go, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's good.
When you're not killing, it's nice to stop and smell the flowers for a moment and then continue the killing.
Yeah.
Flowers rising up out of the bodies.
Let's head over to Stiber. Who are you? Who are you playing? And tell me, one of the nicest sort of travel memories. We'll call it travel memory, just in case, I don't know, you've never taken a vacation. So we'll go with travel memory. Give me who you are, who you're playing, and one of your nicest travel memories.
Hello, everybody. My name is James Stiver, and I am playing Tango, your friendly neighborhood Han Solo-esque character, though some have been calling him Jar Jar Binks.
You're way more Han Solo than Jar Jar.
I think so. But it's fine. People can have their opinions, and I'm not going to yuck their yum. So at the end of the day, let's see. But yeah, he is a SOE trained, basically a dealer in all things criminal and underworld. But has found his way into the hearts and minds of his friends. His favorite vacation has got to be, I think there was a point when he was, we're just going to go all, what's the movie? Titanic on this, where he was on a real nice yacht, trying to basically charm his way into some money or things, right? And when the party is happening inside the yacht, he's actually outside and he's taking a moment and just sees the ocean around him, and it's just there are no sirens, there's no cityscape, there's nothing like that. It's just pure and open honesty of the ocean, and he has like a glass of champagne, and he's just sipping that, and he's just cruising over that vast ocean and just thinking, wow, I can't wait to get that money. And that was probably his favorite vacation. It was like a 4-day trip.
Yeah. I love Tango. Tango's so complicated. Dot, who are you? Who are you playing? And tell me some sort of really one of your character's most pleasant sort of travel and or / vacation memories.
All right, y'all. So I'm Dot. I play Regina, our defected German agent, who is a little caught between she's a little caught between all of her many covers and her want to save people more. And so she's struggling right now. But she's back from extended camping trip with Luke, so we'll see how that goes.
It was overnight. It wasn't that extended. I mean, if you're a workaholic, then maybe, but it was overnight. I was gonna say,
Regina doesn't even sleep most days. So
I know.
She took a whole day to leave the city and not work. That's a vacation.
Except that you also did work.
Psh, that doesn't count. She likes using the radio. It's not work if you like it. Okay, so I would say Regina's most fond travel memory is actually when she was a very small girl. Probably about, okay, if I do the math, like somewhere around like 1908, right? Because she's about 30-ish, a little, like early 30s.
So she was born like in like 1910?
Now it's 1910. So by about 19, so she was
like born like 09, like anywhere between like 08 and 10 is probably where she was born.
So I imagine by this point there has to be, I'm just looking because I was going to historically ping one, but if I don't have it, I don't have it.
You might have it.
You know what? I bet her first trip in 1922, so that would make her roughly somewhere between 8 to 12, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother was still alive at this point,
Mm-hmm.
and they took a family trip to the World Fair, which was in Marseille.
Mm. Oh.
Yeah, because her father was a scientist. Of
Yep.
course they would go
Yeah.
to the World Fair.
Of course.
And the whole family took a train ride, which technically at this time could have been, I mean, well, no, the 20s, it would have been the 30s, never mind. Yeah, so they definitely took a train, and as much as they could, and they took like a family trip to go to the World Fair.
Could I just ask you a follow-up question that I have never asked you, but I really feel like I need to know? When did your mother...
Do I have to answer it?
No.
Do I have to answer it?
No, I mean, you can just say, it's none of your business, GM, and I'll be like, oh, all right, I'll just make it up.
That is a piece of information nobody knows, except for me.
When did your mother die? How
That
old?
is a piece of information that only I know.
I see. So you're not going to tell me right now, are you?
Nobody's ever asked about her.
Well,
Nobody's ever asked, so I just haven't really made it a point.
You know what? I am going to find out this information, maybe just off stream, because I want to know how your mom died, especially if you know.
It makes her story of her father significantly more tragic.
Yeah, I just really need to know, especially since there are other things.
Well, there you go. We'll see that for.
This is my burning desire. This is my burning question at the end. Tango, Fox.
Yep.
Fox.
That's me.
Who are you playing? And give me one of Sylvie's fondest travel memories.
Yes. So, hello, everyone. I am Rocket Fox. I am here, there, and all around, even the places you least expect to find me. But more than likely, the places you most expect to find me.
Would that be anywhere Rocket Foxes would be found?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I am playing Sylvie, who is the jazz singer, owner of Bricktops, and who, for the most part, during all of this, has been kind of sassy and loudmouth, but as of late has been a little less so since she got a little throat injury there as of maybe there was some sort of late night party going on that shouldn't have been going on, and then there was a gunfight. Anyway,
and maybe she got shot in the throat.
Maybe she did.
No spoiler, JF. A lot of people have been shot.
JF, I'm sorry.
There have been a couple things that may or may not have unfolded, including that little detail there. But that's also impacted a few things, not just her speaking and performance, but that's also been a little bit of kind of had a little bit of soul impact on her as well. So as far as favorite travel memory, there's been a few since she's been in Paris where I think there's actually one, I don't remember what the question had been before, where she had gone with Dimitri to like a little country cottage, and they'd had a lovely time. But
in wine country, if I remember correctly.
Wine country, you know how it is. But one that I think she holds particularly close would actually be one that she had with her mom way back when she was but young, where her mom took her to this little kind of and it was kind of they lived in kind of a smaller town area, so her mom took her closer. It would have been near St. Louis, but not St. Louis proper at the time. But her mom took her into the city and into one of the more like Asia town areas, and this was the first time for her that she actually like was around people somewhat similar. And so then her mom took her, and they went to like a restaurant, and they went to see a couple things. So that for her was a really big experience, because she otherwise had been kind of in small town area where that really wasn't something she had ever experienced before. So that was a really big kind of deal for her that she always kind of remembered.
Was your dad alive then?
Who knows?
Y'all don't want to tell me about your dead parents. You are
so he's
mysterious.
Not dead. He's not dead. So,
he could be dead.
Yeah. So I'll tell you about that. The story with that is that her mom had been dating an American, and well, dating might even be a generous word, but had been trysting with an American, and then she got pregnant, and then he just was not in the picture anymore. So who's to say? What, is he alive? Is he dead?
Is he going to show up in season 3? These are questions.
Would he show up and have no clue or idea?
Hey, you know, I'm just saying, y'all are giving me things for season 3. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
So that's essentially the background on that.
And last but certainly not least, dear heart of the crew, who has been studying like a maniac for a while and doing really cool stuff, some translation and neat things. I'm very excited about it. So JF, who are you? Who are you playing? And give me one of Jules' favorite sort of like fondest travel / vacation memories.
I'm Jean-Francois. Double crits on Twitter. I'm playing Jules. He's a young man of mixed race, a demobilized soldier who's very good at driving. And so he was sent on a mission, and we'll find out what happens next. But his favorite memory, he might have thought of while he was on this mission, because it involves going to the sea. As a child, it's a tradition in France. You know, every summer everybody drives down to the sea. The streets get clogged, and he remembers falling asleep and waking in the car. His mother and father in front, and does not remember the sea itself, but remembers that journey much more vividly. And as he reached the sea on his mission and smelt the salt in the air, this memory came to mind. Yeah, big contrast between what he remembers and what he sees.
Trooper, you might be muted.
I am muted. I'm troopersjp, and because I had to type something and I didn't want to, because typing, I was like typing, and so I'm your GM and or tormentor, and we will begin. So it is. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't bring up the weather for 1941. It's fine. It's okay. That is how I am. It is August the 13th. It's a Wednesday, 1941. At this point in time, the sun sets around 9 or 10 o'clock at night. The days are pretty. They've actually been a bit cooler the last couple of days. They have been really, really hot, but right now it's been a little bit cooler the last couple of days. A little cloudy. There's not been any rain, but it's August, and it's kind of like a slightly weird thing where it's gotten a little bit just a little cooler, except that today is hot. Today is it had been really, really hot, and then it cooled down the last couple of days, and now it's just gotten hot again. And because there were some drizzles earlier, it's also humid, so it's a little sticky. It's hot, and it's perhaps a little bit uncomfortable. And we start the session around 11 o'clock or so in the morning, sort of late morning. Last session, a lot happened, but primarily there were like a number of sort of visits from people. People were reaching out to them. Some of them didn't make it, some of them did. You had, for example, the chief of police wanting to talk to Sylvie, and Sylvie and Oscar were there together, and that was a slightly odd conversation. And Oscar was a little like, "Hey, I'm German. I think you know what that means." about the whole thing. And Sylvie had been shot in the throat, so she was not in the mood to talk. And that conversation sort of dissipated. Helene Weigel, who is the wife of Bertolt Brecht, showed up. She was at this party where all the gunfire happened. And she asked if Oscar would be in the show. And he said yes. And she also gave a script to Sylvie. Sylvie said that Sylvie would get her a place to do the show. And Bricktops is currently without electricity and probably will be for about a month or so because it's an old transformer. But Regina has talked to some criminals to find out the best way to sort of get some replacement parts. It'll take a bit of time, but they're working on it. Mark Calvé, undercover agent, called... Tango and Charlie had a real big heart-to-heart about the fact that they both love the same woman and don't know how they feel about each other. And a lot of really personal revelations came out that, including Tango's actual name, he gave that to Charlie, and Charlie and Tango had a bit of an understanding with each other. And Mark Calvé, undercover agent, called the bar and spoke to Tango thinking that he was speaking to Oscar and said, "Hey, friend, Gestapo friend of mine, I know that you're currently spying on this group, Bricktops, but I really need your help. Can you go and, like, Collette, who works for the military intelligence, she's being held, she's being secreted, protected in this apartment, and could you go and kill her? I'm currently on my way to the apartment with my military intelligence buddy, and it would be real great to rescue her, it'd be real great if she's dead before we get there. So could you do that?" And Tango's like, "Sure, buddy, I will." And was like, "We all need to go and like save Collette." There's a big chase. There was some gunfire. Tango made a brave sacrifice to stop the van from getting there. Basically, sort of blew out the tires, shot the driver. Van turns over. He is bleeding from the chest intensely, but it saves the people in that apartment, and it's Luke's apartment. It's where Luke and his mother stays, and so Luke's mother and also Collette were rescued, and Dr. Hannah Roth was on her way there to sort of take a look at Collette, and so she also was not going to be killed. But in the process of him passing out and maybe dying, he told Charlie that she should not trust Oscar. She should not trust Sylvie with Oscar. And Charlie, after all the stuff that happened, sort of like holding Tango's bleeding body all over her body, shoots Oscar, who takes it and sort of hits the ground, hits his head, and is out. And, then the police are coming, and it's a bunch of madness, and Charlie decides to leave the situation and pull the police away from the group so that they can get out. And they skedaddle. They leave. They end up going back. Hannah, thanks to a fate point, gets on the scene. Oh, I get one more fate point because there are 5 players. Oh, I'm so excited. Yes. Pardon me. Very excited about that. They get everybody into... This is sort of like last night. They get everybody into Bricktops, and Hannah has been at Bricktops in the secret hidden room, basically doing surgery on them, on both the lads, all night. And we're going to sort of pick up on that Wednesday morning. Regina, meanwhile, had been out camping with Luke for Luke's birthday, and also doing work and teaching him how to shoot a sniper rifle and giving him some life lessons and helping him work through the fact that he doesn't really like the fact that he's part of like the French fascist youth right now, that he kind of has to be for cover's sake, and working through that. And they arrive home at 10 o'clock, so about the same time, around 11 o'clock. We're going to pick up over at Bricktops, and at about 11 o'clock, Regina and Luke show up at the new apartment that they live in, and when they arrive, what they see is a tipped over van and blood on the street in front of their apartment building. And that is the current situation where they both are. And I think what we will do is we will start knowing that we have we're going to start with Regina and Luke for reasons. We rise our curtain, to use a theater rather than a film metaphor, and it is quiet. The street is quiet. You're both on your bicycles. You've ridden like 30 miles from out in the countryside in, and you have got like your sniper rifle. You've got like a lot of stuff with you. You both do, and you're out in front of the apartment building, and there's blood there, and the van itself has been pushed off the side of the road, so it's like it's not in the side. Like clearly, people have moved it, so it's not blocking traffic.
Right.
Not as if there's that much traffic at this point in time in Paris, anyway.
Are the police here?
The police are not here right now. They might have been here, but they are not here. It looks like they have been here, right? Because the van has been moved, but it is not. They're not currently here. And Luke begins to panic a little bit. It's not like I think Regina knows him well enough that he's panicking a little bit, but he doesn't act like he's panicking, or in the sense that he's not like he's clearly tense. He's stressed out and he's looking around, right? Like it's like that.
I just put a hand on his shoulder and I'm like, stay calm.
We have to find my mother, and he's gonna bolt towards the apartment complex.
Can I grab him by the shoulder, just like tightly, before he goes? Wait. Deep breath. Take a moment. We don't know that they are injured, and a man running into a building is obvious. I say man. Right.
I will note Regina does see a trail of blood heading off down an alley.
I note that. That's not important for him.
And also, this blood is old. It is not fresh.
Okay.
It's not that old, but it's not like an hour old.
Take the rifle. Oh, take the 2 bikes and all the gear out back of the building. Take the sniper and the radio upstairs. Check on your mother. Give her the code, just like we practiced. Okay. I will assure the area's secure. Regina knows the area is secure. She just needs him to not worry about where she's going.
All right. Code to get into the room, I remember.
Collette cannot leave until I return.
Regina, could I know you normally have a pistol. Could I have it in case when I get there it's
She kind of like looks at him. What does she do? Okay, Trooper, I'm going to compel you.
Okay. What is the compel?
I don't know if it works this way, but I'm going to try. I would like, if I give it to him loaded, like a fate point, or I can just give him an unloaded gun.
So,
can I do that?
So this is how this is going to work. You have to know if you're going to get a fate point for compel, something bad has to happen.
Right.
Yes.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like it'll be a loaded gun, so like maybe I don't know if it goes off.
I'm just saying that you're giving me the opportunity. Well, what you're telling me is that something
bad always happens when loaded guns are just handed over to other people. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, then okay, yes. No. Then yes, you can have a fate point.
Oh, I can't decide if Regina would give him. You know what? Story-wise, she would, because they just had the lesson, and like she knows at some point the master has to like give up and concede and trust the student with the actual weapon.
And just get yourself closer to your mic if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So Regina will,
and he's going to step really close to you, so that it's not obvious in public.
Regina reaches into her boot, which is where she keeps it, and she'll pass off. Oh, this is her favorite gun. she passes off her Walther, and she says, "Finger off the trigger unless you're planning to use it."
Now, do you want a fate point for something bad to happen? I'm just asking, because I'll give you one. If you want to
I
self-compel,
need it that bad.
I will give it to you. Like, I will just
Do
be
we
like...
as a group really only have 2 fate points?
No, you actually have 6. You have 6.
Oh, well, I feel better about my odds of not taking that self-compel now.
That's
I was
fine.
doing it because I thought we were down to 2, and I was trying to fill our pool back up.
No. You have...
Okay, I don't think...
No, London came through. London came through.
Okay, London came through. Then
Yes.
I'm feeling better about not needing to self-compel.
'Cause
So
I will take it.
I will say that...
I love the
recent-
idea of Luke with a loaded gun in trouble. I mean, that's...
Oh, I know. I shouldn't have said anything. It's fine. No, I will not take the self-compel, and I will... we had just spent the weekend talking about this. Like I have to believe that some of it got through his thick little skull, and that he'll be safe to go check on his mother. Okay, so I'm not gonna take it.
It's fine. That's fine. You know,
I know,
what?
I'm
But anytime
sorry.
you want to, I'm here for
Such
you.
a tease.
I know. I just want you that I am here for you. Like anytime any of you want something really bad to happen for a fate point, you just tell me, and I am here for you.
So okay, I'll save it. I'll save it for when we don't already have a lot of people shot the hell up.
And he takes the gun and he kind of like slips it into his like waist belt and puts it, like pulls his he's got like a button down shirt. It's actually very much like the one that JF is wearing right now. It's like and he's sort of and he's wearing it and he puts it over and he nods, and like when he takes it, of course it's very close to his body because he's not wanting to see what's happening, but there's like a little bit of a kind of a hesitation because it wasn't that long ago that he was carrying a weapon and not to kill his father, and like there was just a little moment he sort of tucks it in and he nods, and he kind of nods. I think the best way you could maybe think of it is he's probably seen a number of movies where like the tough guy does the nod to like his partner, and right, like, you know, I got it. Yeah. And it's clearly a little bit of bravado, but he makes that nod and he heads up with the gear into the big apartment building, leaving you out there on the street.
Okay, I'm gonna as soon as he's gone and like here, and I'll wave and like smile like everything's fine. The moment he's gone, Regina's like cutting tail down the alleyway. I want to trail this blood. Who walked away from this?
You're gonna need an awareness, if you do not mind, is what I will need from you.
Do I even have that? Oh, I do. Look at me go. Trying to make sure I don't have any boosts. Oh my gosh, I don't have any boosts on this, do I? That I could use. I don't think I have anything. I was thinking, did I have anything left on old?
No, but you do have a jacked up shoulder.
Well, that's not helping me.
No, but it's exciting for me.
But it's in recovery.
It is, but I still can mess with you about it.
I spent the weekend.
And actually, hold on, it's Wednesday.
Well, take a 3. It is Wednesday. We're
Which
gonna
means
get
it's
there.
clear. No, your shoulder's clear.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Because it happened on Monday?
It happened on Monday.
Oh.
You jacked up your shoulder on Monday, and it's been 2 days, and so like it was jacked up, but it wasn't like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like the worst ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. My dislocated shoulder done.
Yeah.
I'm ready for another one, Calvé. Bring it on.
Mm.
Okay, so I rolled a 3 on that awareness.
That is perfectly what you needed. You begin to follow this track of blood, and it goes, you sort of around, and like as you sort of move, the blood sort of like becomes specks, you know, like little droplets. And you are a pretty good tracker. You see all the angles. You're very observant, and it's like quite a lot around where the van probably was, but there's more blood. So it looks like there was probably multiple people who were involved in whatever happened. Yeah. And as you follow this sort of little trail of blood, and it gets distant, it sort of cuts into a kind of like it's a bit of an alleyway, although it's quite narrow in between two of these huge buildings. And it sort of goes down into this, and it's quite narrow dark. If somebody wanted to ambush you, I imagine that would be doable. There's some trash right here, and the visibility is not the best. But I assume you keep going down the alley.
Yeah, I pull the knife the Duke gave me from my boot.
Oh.
Because I have that now.
You do have that knife.
I do. I earned that knife, so I
Yes.
take that knife out of my boot because it's the only weapon I've got left since I gave my loaded gun to Luke. Yeah. And yeah, I guess I don't know if there's a way for me to stealthily do it or to go down there.
That would be stealth.
Okay.
That would be a stealth.
Okay, got a 1.
We'll
You
just...
said it was already kind of dark and...
A little crowded. We're going to let that one sit there. And you move. I need to say this. I have a DM. I just need to answer this real quick.
What's your plot?
It's fine. It's fine. And as you head in, you emerge on the other end of this alley. And you keep looking. And you were not ambushed in the alley. But when you make your way to the other end, what you get in is like there's a little bit of there's like a kind of like a... So these buildings are huge, big, like blocks or like triangles,
Yes.
rectangles, but the inside is actually a courtyard. Like there's an inner courtyard.
Sure.
So they're kind of like, like they're kind of hollow in that way. And there's actually a back door in this sort of space near the end of the alley that will take you into the courtyard. And that door is somewhat ajar. And you can see a bloody handprint on the door. It looks to you like this would probably be the door that maybe like a help would use, right? Like they would probably sort of get in this way.
Regina's dirty. She's dressed for camping. This is not what she planned to walk back into. She kind of uses the tip of the knife to like creak the door open and take a look. Is there anybody around? She doesn't want to touch anything.
It's a little dark. I mean, it's the middle of the morning, but in here, this part of the building is not for the rich people, and so it's not like they've got great light bulbs. You know what I mean? So it's a little dim. It's a little dark. And you don't see anything at the moment. You'd have to enter into the space.
All right. I will do that. I'll step in because I need to figure out where this is going and why here.
There is another door into the courtyard, and that one is also ajar.
My God. Still nobody around? Okay. Yeah, I'll again, I like creak it open.
I would like one more awareness, and then one more stealth.
Fantastic.
Ooh, fantastic. That's really
mediocre
good.
stealth. Okay, so
Okay.
we get it. Regina's not very quiet, but she won't miss it.
You're going to get a boost. We're going to put a
nice.
boost so that you are aware and alert. And as you scan this area, you notice something immediately. It's just, I think it's about, you see all the angles. You have a good tactical sense about things. Like, you know what I mean? Like you have a good tactile sense. And as you scan this space, it's this sort of inner courtyard that's actually quite beautiful and manicured. It's really nice. Like you could kind of sit here. There's some benches. There are some flowers. Somebody clearly takes care of them. You could probably sit here in this space and relax and sort of have like a private moment away from the city. It's sort of this beautiful space. But like there's bicycles, right? Are people sort of park their bicycles on this inner courtyard, and you can see actually your two that clearly Luke has put the bicycles up and has gone inside the building, and everything seems normal except you see it. It was very small. There is a shed out here. It's clearly like a gardener's shed, perhaps, where you would keep gardening tools, who knows what would be in there, but it's a sort of like a decent size ship. It's not super big. It's sort of in the corner behind like some sort of ivy, right? So it's you could like not pay attention to it, but you notice it, and you notice it because you notice a bit of a flash of light inside that shed caught your eye, and you thought you heard a sound. You couldn't be sure, but you saw a bit of a flash coming from inside this gardener shed. And the thing is, the door is closed, so you wouldn't have thought about it, but the padlock to the gardener shed, you know how you've got the padlocks like on like the latch, the kind of a, like the kind of the old school latch where you'd have like little prongs out and the latch comes and hits it, and you'd put like the padlock through.
Yes.
The padlock is still intact, but that latch has been knocked off, So the door looks closed, but clearly somebody has done something in order to get access to it. And you'd notice just this little flash in one of the sort of the mesh wire windows on the side of this gardener shed.
Are there windows? Is there a window I can like peek in, or is it like too dusted over or like grown over?
You'd have to get closer, but it looks pretty dusty to you. Like when you saw the flash, it was pretty obscured.
Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Like what kind of flash? Like a flash by fire, a flash by like...
I will need a roll from you.
Okay.
Would you like to know what roll you need to make?
Yeah.
This will be a discover action, and there are many different skills you could use for this discover action. I would recommend shooting.
Okay, that was my question. Okay. Okay, it's superb.
Yeah.
That was a gunshot, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It was a silent gunshot, wasn't
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Would you like a boost, or would you like a second question?
Ooh. No. Ooh. I'll take a second question.
Go ahead, give it to me.
Um.
And this would be related to your shoot skill.
Can I see the person with the gun?
From the way this is set up, it looks like no. Which also says to you that whatever's going on in there is professionally done.
Well, who am I to interrupt a professional?
You don't know what that is.
All I got's a knife. Okay, all right. No.
And
this
two
is how
boosts.
Regina and 2 boosts. This is how Regina plays this.
One boost.
She's gonna wait it out because they don't know she's here,
Mm-hmm.
which is great. So Regina is gonna go to like one of the sides where you said there was like some growth, some overgrowth, and just wait it out to see who leaves. I want to know who walks out of there.
Mm-hmm. I will need a stealth from you.
I'm gonna use I'm probably gonna use a boost on this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use both. Can I use both boosts to like securely stay to see somebody leave?
You only actually had one because you had asked a second question.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right. I
yeah.
didn't take the other boost. Yeah, so I got one. So 2 allows me to just like crouch and hide.
Mm-hmm. And we will just see how that works. So you wait, and it is it's like a few tense seconds. And can I get tradecraft or awareness or stealth? One of those 3 is what I would like from you.
Okay, we're gonna do awareness again. Fantastic. I'm hyper aware.
Yes.
My senses. I went out to the woods. I cleared my senses. I come back zen as shit. I'm like,
you know what? Clearly, Regina needs to go camping more often.
Yeah, there's something about y'all. I rolled all 4 of my base dice were pluses. That was a good roll. Let's go with that.
You get a boost.
Great.
There is. You wait. Nothing happens for a while. And do you remember when you were getting some training back when you were working with German military intelligence? And you really weren't really allowed to work with them, but you picked up things and you got a couple of training. I think you also got a bit of training from the SOE. And do you remember when you were getting training on escape and evasion, assassinations, like timing, right? When you're going to do things, how long you wait before you leave, right? There's a certain optimal amount of time.
Yeah, sure.
It is exactly to the second that amount of time. like, if you were a different person, you would have stopped waiting at this point in time, right? You would have said, there's nothing here, there's nothing interesting, I must have just misheard something. And you would have turned your eyes and ears away. And exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, and I feel like Regina knows her time that way, the door vibrates slightly. And it's a kind of an interesting motion because you've got such good awareness. It's like it has a look to it. It has like this kind of a little movement that looks like how a door might move just if the wind hit it. Do you know what I mean? Like it isn't. It's just like
Yep.
it could be natural.
A clatter. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Like clatter.
But just open enough that if there were anyone inside, they could look out and see if there's anyone around without being seen. It's just this very subtle movement that could have been anything. And then you wait again. It's like 3 minutes or so. Right about the right amount of time. And oh, well, this is gonna be a bit of a problem. Oh, I know I can do it over here. That's fine. I was like
I hope they
okay.
can see me.
That's an epic with a 7. And after right about 3.5 minutes, the door opens completely in a way that might surprise you a little bit, because you would have done it a bit more subtly and then sort of slip out, right? But it just opens and out walks Falstaff. And he is still pretty messed up in certain ways. Like he was really on death's door not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago. And
Can I?
he looks right at you, by the way.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does. Oh,
I stand up and I stare at him like knife in hand, like.
He's dressed like a postman. He's got his bag, but you can see a lot. Like he's quite pale. He's got quite a lot of discoloration, and he smiles at you and nods, and he starts walking towards you, and you can see that he's got. Have you ever seen somebody who hasn't been working out for like 5 years and they decide to go to the gym and they overdo it, and then the next day they can moving is hard for them?
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah.
He's got that look.
Yeah.
He looks like his uniform is nice, right? Like he's put together. He looks. He doesn't look too nice. He looks like a little bit forgettable. But he walks towards you with a slight limp. He goes, "Good morning. It's nice to see you. How are you?" And you can tell his breathing's a little bit difficult, but not because he's been working, but probably because he almost died 2 days ago. 2 weeks ago. So, he's...
Your formalities are wasted on me. I should be asking you how you are. But, based on your current aesthetic, I assume that you are in a great amount of pain.
And you smell the gunpowder on him, just dissipating. Quickly. It won't be there very, very long.
I'm going to assume that you finished what I started.
I assume so. Probably.
I'd say thank you, but I'm not exactly sure what has happened here.
Well, welcome in, Raiders. Would you mind having a seat with me on the bench? It's a little bit difficult to stand for too long, and I just had to...
Stop speaking, Sid.
And he moves over.
Talks too much. He talks far too much for Regina. He's too formal.
He's very formal. He goes and he sits on this bench, with a bit of... he seems so much older at this point in time. And he sits down. Well, yes. I didn't know you were coming here. This was... and
I didn't either.
You had a really good awareness, and I'm going to tell you something about him. There's something just slightly different about his demeanor than you've seen in him before. You just saw him coming out of the shed, and there was something very
Postman fits you well.
businesslike, as it were.
Yeah.
Something a little
he's a different
cold.
man. He does. Yeah, he does different. This is a different kind of job than what we're used to seeing him do.
Yeah. He looks around and is like, it's fairly safe here to speak. I was... London got your message. They relayed to one of the other cells immediately, and they contacted me immediately. And so, I have, well, as quickly as possible, I did what I do.
One of the many things I see that you do.
There was a compromise in a cell. It's
Yes.
taken care of. Thank
Love
you.
the girl.
Oh, well, we're going to have a bit of a... We have a bit of a problem, don't we? The cell has been compromised. That's dangerous for everyone. All of us in Paris and the whole outfit. That cell, when there's a compromise, and there's a little bit of an edge to his voice when he says this, as if there's a slightly larger meaning to what he's about saying. A little bit of a... There's more than one conversation going on. When a cell has been compromised, as Tempest has been, having a plant. Thank you, by the way, for your reporting. If it hadn't been for Bricktops and what you've all done, it's very likely that that entire cell would have been rounded up. Who knows, maybe not today or tomorrow, but they would have been rounded up, and all the information that they were gathering, well, I think you know. The point is, when a cell has been compromised, they must be disbanded for the safety of everyone. Tempest will be no more. Some members will be sent back to Baker Street. Some members will be moved, shuffled, to bring something new. However, no one will go anywhere until after I have dealt with them, to make sure that there's no further compromises. Cancers must be cut out. I know you understand this. You understand what it's like to have to do what needs to be done. Don't you?
Oh, you ask me that rhetorically?
No.
Because you know the answer to that question.
Good. So, I'm doing my job. Let's talk about yours, shall we?
What would you like to know? That I've been trailing Calvé for weeks?
No. That all is not necessarily my job. That can go to London. My job is to deal with security problems. And of course to be
You're
a
saying that we have
liaison.
one?
That's actually what you said, is my understanding.
Yes.
And so, it is my job to take care of security problems. We cannot have leaks. They must be plugged. And I understand that you might be too close. I would like your assessment, Agent.
Now or later?
Initial. And what you say will impact what I do going forward.
Well, my assessment is that I don't like your use of the word compromised.
Was the
Use it
word you
loosely.
used.
And without specificity.
My understanding is that you have an agent who's betrayed your cover to the enemy.
Would you like to hear me out or not?
Go on.
Yes, it is true. I have good reason to believe that Tango has revealed our double cover to the communist. That being said, I am not entirely assured that it wasn't for good reason. I have had a chance to speak with the one the communists consider a leader.
That puts you in a difficult position as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It puts us all in one. So instead of just writing us off and sending us off to our different corners, because clearly that solves everyone's problems, why don't we use the communists for what they're good for? Or what they seem to be most interested in? Had they not stepped up the other night, another 2 trucks with a bunch of French gangsters were going to show up on our doorstep. They have manpower. And whether or not you consider them soldiers, they consider themselves soldiers. And that sometimes is all that matters. They are useful in their own right. Do I want to work with them? No, but it looks that we have no choice. And since I suspect you're more than just a messenger boy, you understand that sometimes you have to take leverage where you have it.
I'm gonna need a roll from you.
No shit.
I feel like you're going with rapport.
Okay. I could take a rapport. I could also, I guess I'm not really deceiving him, am I? I'm kind of being
pretty
honest.
Yep.
Do I have anything? I feel like
You do have a boost.
I do have a boost on him, don't I?
Well, you have the boost that you just got from your the last awareness you had.
I feel like I have one on him from saving him.
Yes, you do. You do. You also have one of those.
Okay. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better about making this as a rapport. Aw. Okay. Okay. Okay, if I use the boost I have, making that a 4, and then I feel like I have another one I can cash in on. I just don't know. I don't see it.
It's on him. It's on him.
It is on him.
It's on
right?
him. It's one of his consequences.
Great. Yeah. What was it?
It's that you saved his life. It was one of the consequences that he sees you as a person who saved his life.
Right.
So
Okay.
you have a free
Then
invoke on
I
that
would
one.
like to cash in on that as well, making that a 6.
You're gonna need to get one more success total at one point in time. And he looks at you and he says, "Look, I have 2 priorities. And the priorities are this: 1, to liaise with the different cells, and 2, to keep the entire network secure. And if a cell is compromised, they must be moved. Tempest is being moved, disbanded and moved for the safety of everyone, and surely you understand that."
I understand that you want to continue to break our cover. So far, I have no reason to believe that the communists have actually told anyone. In fact, I have reason to believe they want to be working with us.
Cannot work with the communists.
Yes, I'm aware you can't work with the communists, but it doesn't mean that I can't. Right? So listen when I say it will only benefit us to bide our time. They know where we are staying. They know where my bunker is. They have been watching us for much longer than we knew about them.
You're not helping convince me to keep your group together.
I'm not here to convince you.
You should
I'm here
be.
to tell you that if you would like to try to uproot the cell, then you're going to have to do it with your bare fucking hands. Because everything we have built has been about a public face. And if you uproot us now from that bar, everything that we have worked for is gone. More importantly, I assume that Calvé drug his limpless ass all the way across town to this location because I have something way more exciting than the defecting of a cell.
Agent Krause, I would hope that you would be more careful with your tone when speaking to me in this circumstance. In the club's different. Right now, in this moment, you and I are professionals, and I would appreciate some professional courtesy. This is a job.
Then I expect the same in return.
Indeed.
When I tell you it is a bad idea for us to defect now, then you should trust me, considering the fact that I have done quite a lot for you. Honestly, I considered letting you die in that club. It would have made my life a lot easier, and I could have set somebody significantly less, what's the word I'm looking for? Tight?
Agent Krause, I don't think you understand what the consequences would have been had I died.
I imagine that they would have been quite dire, and our cell would be left high and dry. But you know what that tells me? I would have ended up working with the communists anyways. So here we are, the path still leading to the same place. And I don't think it is as serendipitous as it has to be. So trust me when I say, we need them. I have good news. There's a shipment of art. It is in the Louvre as we speak. Large crates worth of it. They're using the empty Louvre as a housing facility as they move it from location to location. I have convinced the communist to help us move it, because as much as I'd like to think that I have the manpower, I unfortunately do not.
Give me one more rapport.
They are useful to us. Please don't kill a two.
Would you like to succeed at a minor consequence? Or would you like to use a fate point? It's up to you.
A minor consequence.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a minor consequence in this situation.
Okay. He will get a boost on you.
Okay, fine. That seems fair. That seems fair.
Mm-hmm. Agent, I will tell you some things, and I would like you to listen. I respect that you will. Your cell is useful. Your cell has done many things, important things. Things that other people would like to know about. Were you captured and tortured? The knowledge that your cell has would be devastating if it reached the wrong hands. Your skills as a cell, your successes have made you valuable, but also, as is always the case, potentially a liability. Your reasoning and logic is sound, but that they know where you stay, that they've been watching you, is concerning. The brass, the higher up, they don't like it. They don't want anything to do with the communists. They don't trust them, and they know that at any moment they will stab us in the back. They do not have our best interests in heart. They do not have the interests of de Gaulle. They don't have the interests of Churchill. They don't have our interests, and they probably don't even have France's interests at heart. This is a dangerous game. You've played quite a few dangerous games already, and you're succeeding so far. So I'll ask you one last question. Do we need to pull back Tango and replace him with someone else?
Why would you do this?
Your report made quite clear.
Yes, that he spilled the beans. Would you like to know why?
He doesn't have any operational security.
Well, that is true too, yes. But there is another reason.
Go on.
It is because is because, well, they seem to have a liking for him. His demeanor, his Americanisms. Their weakness is something that we can exploit.
Go on.
I believe that they actually knew where we were and who we were before, and in fact did not take us for anything more than Gestapo undercover. I believe that they were possibly going to make an attack, and I did not put this together until I got to meet the head of the communists myself. She said something interesting, that Tango saved our lives, and it took me a while to understand what she meant. But him outing us allowed them to understand that we're actually on their side, fighting the same war.
We are not, though.
I agree, but they don't know that.
Indeed. Go on.
I guess what I'm saying is they are beneficial. And I haven't gotten this far. And against all the higher-ups who also felt that a female radio operator was a bad idea. That a defected German radio operator was a bad idea. I remember their jest running through my head as I put lead between Falca's skull. So, the reason that I have gotten to this place and can look you in the face with great dignity and tell you you can either trust me or fuck yourself is because I'm always one step ahead of those that think they have a step ahead of me. So, they know where we live. Then it sounds to me like we use that to our advantage. You seem to be an agent of some kind. I don't know who or where you were trained.
I would like... Not to me.
But you underestimate us.
I do not. If I did, you wouldn't be a cell anymore.
Then can we stop talking about the communists, because I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm fed up with them.
I have to say, your mission, not from me, let me give you some advice. I recommend you report everything you know about them back to London as quickly as possible. Where they are, who they are, what their forces are, what their logistics are, names, everything. Everything about them must be known to London. They will, if they see fit, report this to me. My job is security, and that involves also your security. If anything happens, I do need to know. You could tell me directly, but that's not protocol. Tell them and they will tell me.
Is your protocol what landed you in the back of my club because somebody spiked your drink?
That is another question, actually.
Your protocol continues to fail you.
Your club is clearly compromised, and how do you know it was not the communists who did it?
I'm going to be honest with you. I have some business to attend to. I know we had a meeting today, but it was not supposed to be here. If I remember correctly, there was supposed to be feeding of pigeons.
Yeah, well,
and I imagined you had less lead on you.
Yes. I should just let you know. And, well, actually, I shouldn't let you know. It's not protocol for me to say this to you. But I will. Out of... well, I would say professional courtesy, but I'd like to think that it's a tad bit more than that, despite your Germanness. This is from me to you, and you didn't hear it from me. It is a breach. Something I do not do lightly.
If you continue to build it up, I'm just going to walk away.
If you do not want to know, then.
I do, if you will get to the point.
Your man is under probation.
Tango.
Yes. Your report caused quite a stir.
Good. It should.
And he's under probation. He's being watched.
I will let him know. I'm
No.
sure he'll love to hear those words.
No, you can't let him know. This is from me to
I-
you.
Can't tell you he's under probation. Or he's under probation. What difference does it make if he's under probation and he doesn't know?
That's what it is about. He needs to be observed when he doesn't realize he needs to be on his P's and Q's. And I
You're
tell
watching
you,
him.
he is being watched, indeed. If, and I say this only because I know your history with him, it's somewhat extensive, going back quite some time, before even he actually arrived here. Dropped in a few months ago, that you seem to, according to your records, have, let's call it a friendship of some sort.
We were colleagues. We had a shared passion.
Yes, well, I say this only from my respect for you as an individual. He's being watched, he's under probation, and a decision will be made about whether or not he can stay here.
Wonderful. Just what we need. Your eyes on us more.
It's all business.
Yes, you're all business. And coming from me, that's saying something.
I'll take it as a compliment. Coming from you.
As you wish.
I am sorry about all this, but please note, London notes your loyalty, and it is much appreciated. And I appreciate it.
Then I will ask you to trust me.
You're not the one who's under probation right now.
I understand that. I also mean trust me in regards to that. You are right. Tango's a friend. An old friend. I'd say we have rapport, but he may not be a great agent, but he's a good man.
He's not a good man either. He's a criminal.
If you say that, then so be it. But you can't trust me and question every other word out of my mouth.
I am advising you. I don't know if you know the extent of his records. Do you?
I know exactly what he did. At least to some degree, considering the fact that the end result of his actions wound up in my lap. So I am fully aware of what he's capable of.
Well, Agent Krause, I wish your cell luck.
Please stop calling me that.
All right, then. Guildenstern,
Thank you.
I will leave you to it. But there is thin ice under your friend. I tell you that before I begin my other hat.
I promise you. Tango will prove his worth. It is an unfortunate event that the communists managed to manipulate the truth out of him.
You are not speaking well on his behalf right now. I would recommend you stop speaking.
Ugh.
You're,
I don't talk much. If I'm speaking, you should be listening.
if I listen
Until
to what you're
next time.
saying, I pull him out now.
And Regina turns around and kind of waves, but definitely gives him the finger in the middle of it, possibly, and walks back out to the street. Actually, she wants to see what he did, and since he had to make it all public, she walks over and just nonchalantly slings the door open. I'm guessing Calvé is in this shed.
2 shots to the chest, 1 in the head, middle to forehead.
I don't let him see this. I just kind of step into the shed to like get a better view, but I take some shots, like click click with the brooch, which I would I think still probably have on me, even though we've been camping.
And there's a stench. He's been covered in lime. He's slowly dissolving.
I look him up and down, like, okay. That's his style, so like I've learned a little bit about him. I close the door and I turn around and I walk off. I have to go deal with this Collette situation and get her out of Luke's house.
And as you go off, and you can actually just go in that back door, we are going to move over to Bricktops. Mm-hmm. As Falstaff waits until you can no longer see him and then tries to move, which is, a bit of a thing for him. And he just like, wipes the back of his neck, and there's a little bit of blood from what happened, and he makes his way out. But over at Bricktops, it is the basement. And in the basement, you have Sylvie, you have Oscar, you have Tango, you have Hannah. It is, again, early, so no one else is there. Charlie's not there yet. She doesn't come in until later, if she comes in at all. It's unclear if she will after the night before. She hasn't shown up yet. And it has been... all of that happened probably around 7 in the evening. And it is now 11 the next day. So it's been 15 hours, 16 hours. Hannah didn't sleep. She was doing surgery, makeshift surgery on Tango. He was bleeding a lot. It was I don't know what Oscar thinks about it. Oscar himself was out for a bit. I don't know what Sylvie thought about seeing what she saw. What is your blood type, Sylvie?
She's A.
Tango, what's your blood type?
Also A.
You were doing transfusions. He needed a lot of blood, and she set up a transfusion for you. So you're a little woozy at the moment. And she spent a long time working on him. She finished up some time ago. And then she went and she dealt with Oscar, who it turns out actually, it was actually a clean bullet all the way through. So it actually was a little bit of patching. It's not like he's great, but he'll be okay. It looked a lot worse. Light concussion, though. Knocked his head. But he actually looks not as bad as it is. Like, you're sort of surprised. You thought it would maybe take a little bit more, but he actually is okay. But at this moment, she is just...
Back up and dancing around.
She has just finished stitching up. She'd like it in like a temporary temporary on Oscar. She just finished patching him right now. She kept him, make sure he was okay. You are not feeling particularly good. There are a lot of bloody rags in the corner, and you're feeling sort of woozy, a little nauseated, actually. Especially also, I think, with the lack of blood, because you did that transfusion. You're not particularly feeling very well. Perhaps you look a little pale. And Tango, you are, at this moment, sort of just coming to. She didn't have a lot of anesthesia, so you're probably waking up to some pain, actually, is probably what is waking you up.
Hurt skis.
And as this sound racks his lungs, and it doesn't sound good, I think his lung was punctured. It was a bit of a sucking chest wound. You
It's like Sylvie was sitting, and she immediately goes to stand, and while she is, she's going to be saying, "You're okay," but then all of a sudden, like, there's just the room starts spinning, and she just blacks out and she goes down.
She's out.
Can Oscar move to intercept the descent? He would do so.
Yeah. You've a solo dance, so you can catch her before she actually hits the ground badly. Hannah moves very quickly. She goes into her bag. She pulls out like basically some smelling salts, and she waves it underneath Sylvie's nose to try to sort of get her up.
And as soon as Sylvie actually comes out of it, she immediately like leans over and starts throwing up.
Boys, if you do not mind, I'm going to take her out of this room. As the smell is, and there is this kind of awful smell of death. She's going to take Sylvie out of this secret room, leaving you two gents alone here. and she's going to take you, Sylvie, upstairs. But we're going to stay down here in the secret room as she takes you out. She's going to take you to where the sink is and try to check you out.
Yeah, Oscar would sit back down on the bed that wherever he had been placed and being stitched up, and be looking for another shirt because his other one was, I'm assuming, taken from him. And he would look over kind of absently, and if he's conscious, he would say to Tango, "Have you heard any good jokes lately?"
For the audience, just, the last thing that Tango said before he almost died, and would have had it not been for Dr. Hannah, is that Oscar was basically a dangerous traitor and that we shouldn't trust him. That's just the last thing he said, just so you know. Come on.
Well, is this... I got a joke for you, actually, Oscar.
Good.
Yeah. What do traitors taste like?
I don't know, Tango. What do traitors taste like?
They taste like Oscar, okay? I got a call today. Answered, looking for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're working with them. And the orders they were giving you would have put friends in danger. Friend, Oscar.
What was these orders?
And Trooper, I'm going to ask you this. What was the name that he asked? Was it Calvet?
Calvet.
Calvet, sorry. Calvet or Calvet?
No, he didn't. He didn't say that. He said Kreisberg.
Kreisberg.
He said Kreisberg. He said Mark Kreisberg.
Supposed to Mark Kreisberg.
This is the man that you know as Calvet.
Yeah.
Are you friends with Calvet?
I know that Calvet is necessary for us, but also Luke's mother was in the mix. They were telling you to take everyone out. And it sure felt like they were real good friends of yours. Like this is a normal call, an everyday thing. Who knows? Besides me.
Besides you, who knows that I'm a traitor? Is this a question?
Yeah.
Let's play a game, Tango.
Okay.
This game is...
Hold on. I'm real bloody right now. Are we dead? Are we dead?
I'm not.
You're not dead. Okay. All right, go on. Game.
This is a game of words and deeds. Which do you judge someone by? What they say or what they do? This is a timed game.
What they do. Words are just lip service, right?
Yeah.
It's what you do that backs it up.
I agree. You and I have like minds with this. Have I done anything to make you think that I cannot be trusted?
The only thing you've done is not tell us you're taking calls. We're all playing double games here.
Yes, we are. We all have secrets, Tango.
Yeah, we do. as somebody who's been in a similar situation more times than not, you tell me and you look me in the eyes, you tell me you have your friends at your back and not them.
I once had a discussion with Regina about the game that we are playing of chess. Yeah. There are black pieces and there are white pieces, indicating the side of which is the game of kings. We are on the same side.
Pinky promise.
Excuse me.
He's going to hold out like this weak hand that comes out and then puts out the pinky. Where I come from, if you mean it, then you swear on a pinky promise. Pinky promise me, Oscar, you're not going to kill us or give us away to the Nazis.
So this is your custom, this pinky promise?
It's my custom.
It's the only way to make it official then, is if it's not something that I believe in, we must also do one of my customs to show you that I swear on something that I believe in.
Are we going to drink whiskey now? Is that what we're going to do?
Do I look like someone that drinks whiskey to seal up?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Do we seal this with a dance?
He puts his pinky in Tango's pinky.
Yeah. So we do the pinky.
What do we do now? Do we...
Oh, you just curl your pinky. So that we're pinky hugging. And then you say, I swear I'm going to be a good friend.
He squeezes the finger, and as he does, he pulls himself down and kisses Tango on the lips. And as he pulls back, he's about a half inch from Tango's nose, and he says, I swear.
Oscar, you're a good kisser, by the way.
I know.
All right. Oh, wow. And bold. You're a bold man. It's been a while. Okay. Let's go with yours. What's yours?
That was it.
Oh. Okay. Accepted.
Can
Oscar.
I get you anything? Something to drink? Sandwich? More blood?
I would love to know what kind of sandwich you would make for me, Oscar. Don't tell me what it's going to be. Surprise me. I'm on death's bed, so I hope if this is the last sandwich I ever have, I just want it to be Oscar's sandwich.
So you are sending me into the club without any refrigeration or electricity to make a sandwich that you must take with you to the grave.
Just do it.
Well, there's no pressure in that.
No pressure, Oscar. No pressure. I might die though, but no pressure. Last thing I ever eat. I don't know if there's mayonnaise there or not, but if that's something you could use, maybe. Go. Make the sandwich.
He would stand up and find one of those like work shirts that he had first put on when he was here, and he'd like pull another one over top of him, and he would just shake his head and not look back at Tango as he leaves, and you would hear him muttering loud enough, a stage mutter, if you will, and as he would leave, he would just say, "You're the strangest man."
And by the way, as the door closes, like, that was one of the best kisses I have ever had.
And
that is a deal sealer.
Hey.
And then
let's rewind. Let's rewind a little bit in time to when Sylvie is being led out of the room
Not knowing she's going to miss the best thing that's ever happened.
Right, not knowing she's gonna miss the best thing that's ever happened. I was like, oh my gosh. And Hannah is going to sort of take you immediately to the sink right there to just basically clear out your mouth. And then she's gonna take you upstairs. And she's gonna look at you. Are you all right?
Yeah, my stomach's just been bothering me.
Well, this is, I understand that seeing so much blood would be disturbing for anyone, and you did lose, you were very kind to do the transfusion, so I understand this was very distressing.
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah, no, I've
She puts her hand right on your forehead, right, like she's checking your pulse. She's doing all of her doctor things, as she would do.
Yeah, I've just been not really feeling myself lately. Even, in everything that we do, I've seen blood and such, it's nothing like that. I've not really been feeling well lately.
Well, there was this massacre here. I'm sure that must have impacted you. And you did not sleep very much last night as well.
I'm sure.
Well, let me, would you mind if I recheck your dressings and just make sure you're all right? Would you mind?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Come, we'll go to your green room.
Yes, please.
And she takes you into the green room to give you a bit of an examination because she's a little bit worried about you. And as that is happening, that is when the door opens to the back door, that door that had gotten ruined months ago. With a key. Someone uses their key to come into the back door through the alley of Bricktops.
This before we get into the green room?
This is right before you hit the green room. Because you have to go into the, you have to go by that back area to get into the green room. And as you're heading towards the green room, right by that back door, the door opens and there is, surprise, Ophelia. No, it's Jules.
Whoa.
It's Jules, and it is, he's there with a man who's, like late 20s, perhaps. A fellow who's
Jules!
just dressed in a suit.
Hey!
Stranger that I've never seen before.
Jules, she has a bandage around her neck. Yeah, and Dr. Hannah is there, and there's like...
Look at you! What happened to you? Oh my God!
I just got shot in the neck, standard fare.
Oh my God!
It's so good to see you. How have you been?
Stop! It's okay. Stop talking.
She's gonna just kind of turn and veer toward the green room.
Sorry, there was, you should, and she just points to this guy who's sort of standing there a little bit stiffly, a little bit oddly, because that he actually got injured in the plane crash. And so he's dressed to look like he's fine, but his shoulder's not so fine, actually. Yeah. And she just sort of points to this person that she doesn't know, as she's clearly wanting to follow Sylvie. She comes up, she gives you a baiser, right? She kisses you on the cheeks. Your friend?
Yes, he's a bit hurt.
Oh, okay. Bring him downstairs. In the back room. I'm going to take care of Sylvie. I had to do a lot of transfusion. Oh, downstairs you will see Tango, and he's not doing so well. He was shot in the chest.
Good thing I came when I did, huh? Everybody would be dead.
Also, there's another man down there. You don't know him. He's all right. And Regina's not here right now. She's gone camping, but I think she'll be back today. Yes. Well.
And Sylvie will come back out. She had to just go. She's back now.
Yeah. Oh.
And she'll put a hand on Hannah's arm. No, I'm okay. Just go see after this. Who are you? She says this to stranger.
And he goes, hello.
Your name. What do they call you?
Duck.
Duck.
Like quack quack duck.
My last name's Duckles.
I don't know what that means. Go downstairs. Yeah, go take care of them. It's fine. I'll be fine. I just need to have a seat over. I'm gonna go over. She just starts like
What happened, Sylvie?
And like Sylvie just is like taking my patient, right? And Sylvie looks super pale. She looks.
Who did this?
This particular was the gangs. The gangs. They came in. We were having how much time do you have? Do you want a drink?
Yes, of course.
She's going to go get.
No. I will do this. Sylvie, go to the green room. I will take care of the drinks. I will bring them down, and then I will come back up and make sure you're all right. And maybe you have an anemia.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I after everything that happened, I'm going to have to run this place. I don't know if Charlie's going to be back. I'm going to have to get my bearings here in a moment. Just let me.
Sylvie, don't talk so much. Don't use so many words. You're going to hurt yourself.
It's fine. Hannah, go downstairs. Go on.
Jules, take her downstairs with you. If she looks like she's getting sick because of the smell down there, bring her outside. Bring this man, Duckles. I would take you into the green room. We'll bring. And she just sort of looks around. She goes over to the bar. She just grabs a bottle of wine and just gives it to you, Jules.
Thank you.
I will take care of this man. Take her downstairs.
Right.
And Hannah takes Duckles with her into the green room. She's like, I need like clearly a hospital for all these people who are injured.
It's getting crowded here, huh?
We're not even open.
Full house.
These people aren't paying. It's awful. This is what happens when you're not here.
We're going to go out of business this way, huh?
I know. Well, it's a miracle we've stayed in business. And you, Jules, how have you been? It has been too long.
Oh, Sylvie, I've seen London. I've crossed the sea.
What a dream.
It was amazing. I brought back some pound cake for you.
Pound cake? You know I've always wanted to try that. Does it weigh a pound?
It's very heavy. It's very heavy.
Let me see
And
it.
I killed a German with this cake just for you. And
I hope it still has German blood on it.
Yes.
She's gonna take
I
it.
didn't really kill somebody. It's okay.
She's just gonna be like sitting there like seeing how heavy it is.
Yeah. It's very heavy. I don't know what they put in it. It's crazy.
This is very heavy cake.
Yes.
This might take you 2 sittings to finish it.
I'll help you.
Well, no, of course. We'll have to have everybody try some.
Well, how is everybody? Where are they?
And this is when you make your way into the back room, and Tango, you see Sylvie and Jules. And Oscar, you see Sylvie and some dude. Describe Jules to Oscar and vice versa, since you have never met each other.
Right. And I mean, even for the people who have already seen him, he's changed a bit. You know, I would say he looks a bit more confident. And in French you would say épanoui. It's like he's bloomed. You know, he's grown into himself. He's got some cool jacket. I would say like one of those sailor coats, you know. And he still has his cap, but he looks more confident, more more French. Yeah, but he's wearing that pea coat, and that's about it.
And what does Oscar look like for Jules?
Oh, of course. Sorry, I forgot to mention he's also. Yeah, he has a brown skin. He looks very different. He looks like someone from another country, but he seems French.
Build? Age?
Oh, yeah, he's a young man, early 20s, about 6 feet tall. Yeah, he seems like he's in good shape.
Mhm. Oscar, what did you describe Oscar?
Oscar's 30 ish.
Mhm.
He is built like a brick shit house
Mhm.
in the classic vein of like Steve Reeves or Chris Evans, who his face claim is. He is known to have had Germany's ass, which is said to look great, but he's a
Very
little over
toned.
6 feet. Yeah, he's a little over 6 feet tall. He has a rough beard coming in. We're looking at right around not Endgame, but what was the one before that?
Civil War.
Infinity War. Yeah, we're Infinity War right now. So
And he also has got like a bit of. He's also. I mean, oof. He's also been bandaged a little bit. Like ribs. Tango looks like crap. Oh, maybe he's looking a little bit better right now. He has been shot in the chest and he's
Is that
super bandaged
Tango?
up. Yeah.
Oh my God. What happened to you?
Jules? I am.
Hello!
I am in. I'm in
rushes
heaven.
towards you and grabs you.
Ooh.
No, this is bad, Jules. I'm dead.
Right.
I'm dead.
He can't help himself.
Wait, are you dead too?
I can't help myself, Tango.
Are we?
It's been so long.
Are we in the afterlife?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I
Jules,
hope not.
I'm gonna do something. I want to do something, and he's gonna kiss him on the cheek.
Yes, we
Oh my
do
God,
this.
it's so
Give him
good to
another
see you.
kiss.
No, there was just.
This is a French thing, huh? You've been learning now. Good.
Look,
At least two.
Yeah, two.
Wait, I don't mean to be rude.
Three in Paris.
Oh, wait. Have you been a cowboy out there?
Yes. Oh man.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I drove so much, so fast.
Yeah, you were wild, right? Slinging guns.
I drove straight to the sea, Tango.
Did you?
Yes, and then I crossed the sea.
Did you fall in love? Tell me.
I met someone in London, maybe. Maybe not.
Someone.
You're gonna have to tell me about them.
Yes. Well, you look like shit, man.
I pretty sure I'm still dead. I don't even know why I'm having this conversation with you because I'm pretty sure I'm just dead. This isn't good. I haven't been shot like this in weeks. It's terrible.
What's happening? And who's this? Who's this Hercules?
He's a great dancer.
it's Oscar, and he would put his hand out to Jules.
German.
Yeah.
He's our muscle
Yeah.
and philosopher
And he's a friend, huh?
and party planner. I'm pretty sure he can plan a really good party.
Great. He takes his hand.
Yeah, I'm a little lightheaded.
Let's have some wine.
Notice, Jules.
You feel better.
Yeah, guys
We have
drink.
some wine.
Oh, Oscar, this is Jules. He was our driver. He was a
Driver,
friend.
Yes, it's the ones who took the gas.
Mhm.
Yes. Did you get it where it was going successfully?
Yes, it took so long. Such a long trip with this gas. Can you imagine? I've got it there.
Did
Very happy.
they get it? Was it helpful?
I think it. They said it would be helpful.
What a relief.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, had to go all the way there to bring it. So,
Of course. And now you're all the way back. Are you here to stay?
well, I don't know. Waiting for orders.
Of course.
Just wanted to catch up with you all. Everything looks very bad here. Came just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it's so good to have you back.
Tell me who shot you. I'll find him. You too, Tango.
Well, I think he's dead now.
Yeah, I am dead. You're right.
You
No.
shot her. What games are you playing, you two, huh?
No, we're not into that sort of thing. But no, the person who shot me, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I think he's dead. He was.
Good. Good. Where's his body? I'll go spit on it.
Well,
It's something we do in France.
side note, do we know?
We spit on the graves, actually.
You do. You know that the cleaners came in. You don't know about the head at all.
Okay,
But the cleaners came in and took all the bodies, and also that they have a mission for him. That he has to pay the piper. Paying the piper's coming up for him.
The cleaners came and took them all away. But
I'll do it later. It's okay.
that reminds me. They said they have something for you. I don't remember, something for you to do.
Okay.
I was a little indisposed at the time, but someone somewhere has details.
Tango does.
Okay. Tango? And he starts pouring some wine for everyone, passing it around.
And that's about the time when probably Regina would arrive. So we have to rewind time to hit when Regina walks into the apartment, because presumably she's going to get Collette out of there.
I got questions for Collette.
Yeah, and I think you didn't want to have them in Luke's mom's apartment, yes?
Where else am I going to take her?
Well, you could take her back to Bricktops. This way, if anybody's going to come, it's not going to go hit Luke's mom. It's up to you. It's up to you. Also, you don't
move. You know what? I would know that everybody's at the bar, which means the bunker is empty.
Mm-hmm.
I have a very special place in the bunker that I have been prepping for such an opportune moment.
Yep.
I drag her butt back all the way to the bunker, and I don't tie her down.
So you're going to go and torture Collette.
I didn't say torture. I said I'm going to go put her in the chair.
Torture is a strong word.
Yeah.
A strong word.
It insinuates actions that I have not taken
yet. So what's going to happen is, also there are the catacombs. When you go into the apartment, when you come in and when you walk in the door, you're sort of let in by Marie, Luke's mother, and you can see there was this huge barricade that was up against the door that clearly has been recently pushed away because Luke is now in there. And he looks a bit... When you walk in, she is facing you because she opened the door. And Luke is behind...
Collette?
No,
Marie?
Marie.
Okay.
And he is behind her, so she cannot see him. You can see her, and you can see him behind her.
Okay.
And there's just a flash. It's not long. Clearly, he's worried about his mother, right? There was just this look of worry that was on his face. And when she kind of turns to look back, he just kind of is tough guy again, right? And it's this...
Okay.
You can
He's
just...
wearing the scarf, isn't he?
He is. He's wearing the scarf.
The scarf.
Yeah, that she made for him. And she's like, are
you all right?
There was all sorts of trouble outside.
What? When?
Last night there was shooting. It was your friends? I looked out the window.
I'm sorry, it was Bricktops? That's news.
And you can see that look of worry creeping back in on Luke's face.
But you were, and Collette, and I'm guessing Colette's still in the bed?
She's still in the bedroom. Yeah, it's...
We're fine.
It looks like they killed them. The ones who I assume they were coming for us.
This is true.
But they also got shot.
Did you make contact with them?
No, they did not look good.
Okay.
They left.
How many hours are we thinking? Does Regina? How long has it been?
It's since when?
Well, so she's saying the accident happened and they were shot last night.
Mm-hmm. So it's been 16 hours.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The police were here, but they did not come into the building. It looked like the accident was, Not.
Right. Well, then, I am glad to know that you are fine and well. And as promised, I have returned Luke. And I will be taking Collette so that you do not have to worry about this anymore.
You're, the one who saved me, he got shot, he fell to the ground.
Oscar.
A black woman shot him with his short hair, and another one of your people was shot by one of the men in the van, and we watched from the window. Well, I did. I imagine actually everyone was watching this, but there was a lot of shooting, and then your doctor friend, she did not come inside to help this.
I imagine she was preoccupied, but she was well?
She was, but there were bodies.
Okay, this is, thank you for the information. I should, yes?
I should tell you, there was a man I saw, he came as well. There was some sort of... you said I should pay attention to these things, oui?
Oh, yes, yes. Man, yes.
There was an argument in the street much later, so I don't know, 9 or... It was when the police came. They came.
Was the police chief there?
He wasn't there at first, but then he came, and he was the one in the argument. There was an argument with a man.
Can you describe this man?
I have seen him before. He was at one of these parties that my husband brought me to. He was not in a uniform of any sort, but my husband said he is with the SS or Gestapo, one of those people, and they were arguing. I could not hear. I was up here, and I did not want to know.
What is his name? Hossel.
Tristan Hossel?
Tristan Hossel. I say, is his name Hossel?
I don't know.
When she describes him, is it Hossel?
No, he did not look like that. No, he did not look like that. Anyway, there was some sort of argument between them. There were German soldiers also. Well, no, they were wearing the black. So the SS, they were there?
Gestapo, yes.
Yes, and there were the French police, and there was an argument about something. I don't know. The police chief, he left, and the other one stayed. So that's all I know.
This is very helpful. Thank you.
And then soldiers in German soldiers in the soldier uniform, the grey ones, not the black ones.
Military.
Yes, they were also there, and there was also an argument between the man I saw at the party and some of them. But then they went inside, their vehicles. I could not hear or see anything. Anyway, there was some arguing. That's all I know. But I thought you might want to know.
I very much thank you. I look over at Collette. What is her state?
She's in the other room. This is a nice apartment.
Oh, okay. That's true. It's nice.
They have more than one room now.
That's true.
In this new place.
I say I'm going to check on Collette, and we're going to get out of your hair. Luke, can you do me a favor?
And he goes,
stay here unless you're called upon by, see if anybody is watching this place or this area. More importantly, I need you to find some crates.
And there's clearly the conflict because he wants to go out and find crates because he knows where to get them, and he's like, well, if I know where to get some, my friends at the, and he kind of glances at his mom and he goes, my friends, and he kind of nods to you you know what I mean. They have crates.
Wonderful. I need you to break them down, keeping their sides intact.
Okay, and then bring them to
back of Bricktops.
Okay.
We need quite a few.
All right. And he just, like, he's about to say something to his mom, and then, like, he decides maybe not to, and he starts moving towards the door. And his mother's like, your friends with the ridiculous outfits came. They were looking for you for something. And he stops and he thinks about it. He's like, well, I'll have to go get crates. I'm going to go get crates. And he, like...
Before you go, Luke, you didn't say from your mother.
He walks over to his mother and he gives her a kiss on the cheek. And then he stops and he says, he just looks around for a moment and he grabs a poker from the fireplace and he hands it to his mother. And he says, I'm going on a mission. I have to get crates, but if anyone does anything, you use that and put the... Just be safe. Thank you for the scarf. And don't do anything dangerous. It's dangerous out in Paris, and you can't run around looking at windows. People could have seen you, and you could have been in trouble, so be safe. Responsibilities. And he just kind of looks at Regina.
I give him like I give him a nod of like approval, like I see what he's trying to do, and I'm like, there's crates though.
And he heads off, and he goes, "Oh, I left a bicycle in the back.
Keep it. You may need it."
And he goes to get crates for you, and she just gets a little teary.
I put a hand on her shoulder. Thank you. He is right. It is very dangerous what you're doing. Just be careful. Because unfortunately, they don't really care that you're a woman or a mother or any of those things.
Well, the marshal says mothers are valuable.
Until they're not. Collette. And I just kind of turn and I go straight back there. What is the situation with Collette? Because I got this woman's trouble and I need to get her out of here.
She is mobile. It'll be a little bit slow, but you can make your way back to the bunker with her. And I think we will take our break.
And she comes pretty willing. She comes willingly. Yeah. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure she's down. Like, I need to make sure now that she's, I don't know, not chloroformed, not right out of torture, that she seems still amenable to my presence.
She does seem amenable to your presence.
Okay.
Also, she's still not doing well. But
great.
You take her with you to the bunker, the dungeon, the basement, the cellar, the torture chamber, your home.
Not all of those things technically right now. It's our hideout.
It's your hideout.
It's a hideout.
And you sort of sit her down in this chair, below a drain in case blood happens, near all of your torture instruments. And she's still slightly, she's not doing well. She has been tortured for at least for quite a bit of time, but she had been tortured and she's only been recovering and she hasn't gotten medical attention. And so she's a little tired. And she just says to you, before we go to break, she says, Did you get my purse? Is it safe?
Yes.
Good. Then all is not lost. And that's where we're going to take our break. Take a break right there. I would like to give a shout out to those who have given us bits. Thank you for those who have donated bits to our cast. I would like to thank Rissa, who started us off with 500 bits saying, "Welcome back, Jean-François. Good luck. Team Chaos has been busy." Just so you know. And
it hasn't just been us.
No, it has not. Some of the shooting has not been from you all. Some of it has, but not all of it. And also, Rissa, about 32 minutes ago, and I'm not quite sure what happened 32 minutes ago on screen. It's very unclear to me, but it just has there are 300 bits here for fan service. Everyone, we're gonna take a break, drink some fluids, hydrate, stretch your legs. We will be back in 10 minutes for the second bit. They've got some crates, they've got a heist, and they've got a mobster to talk to. We'll see you when we get back.
We present.
And we're back, everyone. Hello. I hope you had a lovely break. I just told Jean-François some things that he might want to know during our break about what the trip was like, and he might share that with the people in the room. I don't know. We will see. As injuries are being healed, let's pick up where we left off. We are in the bunker, the cellar, the dungeon, the torture room, our home sweet home.
Yes, our homestead.
Our homestead. The hideout. An old, like the basement of an old brewery over in like the 12th arrondissement, which had been turned into an apartment and now is abandoned and is now this hideout. And you have gotten, I'm going to ask you how you got Collette over there.
I was trying to figure that out too. I don't know how I would have gotten her there.
Because she's not really in a space to ride a bicycle herself, you know?
All right. Can I spend a fate point and hijack like a flower cart on a bike?
Yes.
You know, like that. You know, you could like Brian. They used to have those like
Yes.
flower carts attached. Yeah, we're gonna put Collette in a
Yes.
flower cart.
Yes. Yes, you can. Give me a fate point, and
Okay.
or would you
Or?
like something else? It's a fate.
Do I get a flower cart?
Would you
still?
like something instead of a flower cart?
Possibly.
Would
Is
you
it
like?
good?
You're giving me a fate point? Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm not going to give you something bad for a fate point. I give you something bad if you.
Well, that's
if I
my
give
fear
you
was
a
that you were.
fate point.
That was my fear.
No. If you give me a fate
Trooper.
point rather than a flower cart, I will give you one of the brand new electric cars.
Do I get? I totally Grand Theft Auto. One of these new electric cars.
Hmm.
Oh.
You probably cannot keep it because they're obvious. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you can have one. You can steal one of the new Peugeot electric cars if you want one. Because the thing is, they're being used by basically
I do.
doctors, mail
want one.
carriers.
Actually, here's what's up. I do want one, and I'm not giving it back. I'm gonna break that sucker down, for parts.
Okay.
Because guess what? We are desperately in
Mhm.
need of
Mm-hmm.
parts.
Mhm.
I'm gonna steal it and break it down. And because that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, we'll put her up on this thing, and I will help her inside and sit her down in the isolated chair.
By the way,
And-
chat, so you know, Peugeot developed an electric car in 1941 because French people could not get gas unless you were rich. or had friends in the black market and therefore also had money. So basically, most civilians could not. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Somebody asked me to reset the fate points. Thank you. So basically, because the regular civilians could not get access to gas regularly, Peugeot developed this sort of really small electric car way back in 41. And it goes like 20 miles an hour, and it was mostly used by doctors and sometimes male people. So until the Germans finally banned them, because I think they just didn't want French people having mobility. So great.
Yeah, so basically I would really like, I don't know if there's a way to set up like...
You have the cleaners. That's what they do. They have a chop shop.
Really?
Yeah.
And I can, as long as I can get my parts back. Okay, fine. All right, we'll keep the electric car for a while because I have a feeling I know somebody that, well, I don't know they're here, but metagame Dot's gonna save this because I know somebody that's gonna want to drive it. So anyways, we pull up. I imagine it's not very big, so I like put it behind some trash and I take her inside. And as soon as I set her down, I know she's tired. She looks tired. Regina says, "Would you like a cup of coffee?"
She looks around for somewhere to sit because she's not doing...
Oh, no, I put her in that lonesome chair in the middle of the special space.
Chat, I'm reopening fate points for the finale.
Oh, yeah.
She sort of sits down and she's a little... you can tell that she's working to sort of like center herself, sort of like keep... Mm-hmm. She needs to be on. Do you know what I mean? Like she's wanting to sort of like fight pain and be present. And you see her do this thing as you're talking to her, and she realizes that we're going to have a conversation right now. And she's sitting on this chair, and she takes her hand, which her fingers have been crushed, have been broken. On this one hand, each finger has been broken. And has not been wrapped. Hannah has not been there. But she takes her hand, which is clearly injured, and she wraps it against, like, it's not like so obvious, but you can see what she's doing. Like she wraps it against the side of the chair, which just floods all of this pain through her body, and she gets a focus. And
do I see her do this very openly?
She's subtle about it, right? She's not...
Sure, she doesn't like cry out in pain, but I see her harm herself to center herself.
Yes. I would say that you can give me an awareness if you like.
Okay.
I think that you have...
I wish that Regina had
right
any kind of empathy for her. But Regina does not have empathy. Okay, a 2.
Yeah, and you get a +1 because this is your place. She was trying to do this surreptitiously, right? Like she wasn't doing it openly. It's one of the reasons why she put her hand down, right, and did it against the side of the chair, so it wasn't. She was not announcing that she was doing this, but she did. You caught it, but she was not wanting you to see that she did it.
I make coffee and I bring over probably bread and maybe whatever kind of fruit, like a fruit. If we have any fruit, I don't even know if we would have fruit. Something that's like maybe a cured meat of some kind.
Yeah. Tango has some connections with a butcher.
Something. Yeah. We gotta have something here for this woman to eat, and I'll bring over some food and set it, in her lap and all of the above. And
the first thing she does is goes to reach with it, because you can tell she's hungry. It's been a while. She goes to reach with her right hand, which is the one that is all the fingers are broken, and that's a bad idea. And she puts the broken hand down, and she goes with her left hand, and then but like you could tell, it was like her first instinct to reach with the right hand that is broken, and she starts eating.
I'm going to get you a doctor.
So
won't meet far from here. Until then, I have to be honest, I have a lot of questions.
And she is sitting tall. You know that she at least has all the fingers broken on her one hand. You know at least she's got broken ribs. You know that she's not in a good space, but nonetheless, she is trying to do this, right? And she says, would you, could you give me my purse, please?
Your purse is gone.
Did you get my glasses?
Memorized the numbers.
No, I was looking for
Or
my
the
glasses.
The list. Your glasses.
Yes.
Did I find a pair of glasses in there?
Yeah, she had a purse full of stuff.
A purse? Oh, I would have dumped that purse. Regina has never carried a purse. Not really. So like I don't think Regina was like, oh, her shit's in it.
Like her ID, her papers,
okay, I might have kept that stuff,
like-
but like
like
I
her-
would have dumped the purse itself because I cut the list out of it.
Yeah, because like her wallet, like her papers, because you can't walk around
Yeah,
anywhere
I
without
would have
papers.
kept
Like
the papers and
papers and
I
glasses
would,
and compact and that kind of thing.
maybe it's in a box or something, and I slide it over and I'm like, it's all here, but the purse is gone. Oh, and your shoes. And I'll give her shoes back. The cyanide pill's missing. That's mine now.
She picks up her. It's a very interesting thing. Like she just picks up her shoes. I presume you are paying close attention to her. Are you making it obvious that you're paying close attention to her?
Oh yeah, I'm like sitting there watching this woman.
She just holds her shoes to her chest as if these shoes are important to her. Like they might be sentimental. Her thumb very lightly rubs the bottom of one of the heels of the shoe. It's a very, very subtle gesture.
Okay.
And then, like, there's a beat, and then she puts the shoes down.
Now.
And then she goes into the box, and she gets her glasses.
Wonderful. Regina knows what that's like. It sucks to not have your glasses, and so she... Oh, yeah. Great.
Oh.
Now that you can see me, can you also answer my questions?
It depends on what your questions are. I want to thank you.
I have memorized a list that was lined on the inside of your purse. On your dying breath, you asked me to protect it, so I'm interested as to why.
You, that is, shall we say, above your pay grade.
Okay. Then I would like to know why Calvé so haphazardly kidnapped and tortured you brutally. Was it for the list? Wonderful. And she's not even like answering the questions of Regina.
Except that you can tell that there is, she is not answering the questions. She is contemplating if she should answer the questions, but it's taking her a while to make that contemplation. You know what I mean? Like it's not like she's like, I'm not answering. You can't make me.
I kind of spin the chair around and I pull it. I straddle it and I pull it a little closer. And I'm going to be really transparent with you. I have really put myself out there. People I care about. I've given up my actual hiding space to you. You're the woman who showed up 3 times in the last few months in my alleyway, claiming to work for Falca. Now, I don't know what you know, but I don't think that you were actually there working for Falca. Now, whether or not that's true is not important, because the fact of the matter is you're here now. And for whatever reason, you came to us. And I want to know why. Because you have drug us into your shit. And the blood of my family lies on the streets outside of that poor woman's apartment. And everybody stuck their neck out for you. So tell me why.
I think you are misunderstanding the situation. You are your cell is one of our agents, and you have been well compensated. Surely, Falca told you this is a dangerous thing. You have gotten resources that no other club gets. You have been given extra ration cards, you get alcohol, and you get actually good food to keep your club open. It was part of the deal that you made with him.
Yes.
This is not a one-way thing where you're only making favors. you have been well compensated. You, as a matter of fact, were able to get one of your agents out of the Gestapo hands because of your relationship with us. Our patronage of you has done your club very well.
So what is it that you want? Because here's the thing, I could have left you in that burning building with Calvé.
I wanted you to kill Calvé, perhaps
Which
a
has
week ago.
happened.
It's happened now.
I apologize for any delays, but unfortunately, the vagueness of your request and as to why left us a little out of the know of its urgency.
I was very clear about the urgency. I said he needed to die, he needed to be quick, he needed to not come back to us, like an accident or a level spat. I was not unclear.
Well, for whatever reason, Calvé decided to race through the streets of Paris to come try to kill you. Now, usually I would agree with you on every point that you have made, Collette. The problem is Calvé, a man from Gestapo, seems to have infiltrated German intelligence.
It seems quite rude, doesn't it?
So I need to know that when you walk out of here, after I've provided you proper medical aid for that hand, that my people, the ones who bled for you, the ones who have bled for Falca, are going to be taken care of. And I don't mean by dropping goods at our doorstep. You said you did not want it coming back to you. Well, I don't want it coming back to us.
Yes, I understand.
And right now, the only list that is available that was on the inside of your purse is now in my head. I have burned no proof. It does not exist anywhere else unless you have it somewhere else. But I have it, and I would like in on whatever... I would like in on whatever party you're planning.
Let me tell you that you were sloppy. And she says this, and she says it with a kind of like efficiency, like there's an efficiency to her, but there's also a weariness to her, right? When she says it, it doesn't come off like an accusation, right? Like she's upbraiding you, but maybe it would have been, right? That maybe it should have been, but she's clearly a little bit too tired. And it's not just that she's been tortured and has not done well, but there's something sort of heavy in her spirit. And she says, he was sloppy. He clearly got away. You did not finish him off, even at the apartment building, and that...
Trust me, he was dealt with.
If you are worried about them coming to your doorstep, it would not have come from me, it would have come from your sloppiness. Not killing him earlier, not killing him at this shop. I take responsibility for my own sloppiness. I do not blame anyone else for anyone else.
I had an unexpected
I have a
visitor.
question.
Yes, please.
What did he tell you when he recruited you?
Who?
Falco, of course.
He did give me something at the limo the first night that we met them, when I ran the champagne bottle out to them, didn't he?
But
What did he say?
Card.
He gave you his card, but he didn't make the ask yet because he was cultivating you. You don't make the ask right away. You've got to cultivate. But then you murdered him.
Hey, but I talked to him a few fair share times before that. We had a whole chess game.
Yes.
Did he mention anything that I could draw on for this question?
Ooh, give me a discover roll, and you get the +2 because you have Falca's records, and you can tell me what skill you would like to use.
I mean, I'm straight up deceiving this woman.
the thing is, what kind of information this is like because you're thinking about your relationship with Falco.
I could do an investigation roll.
Yeah, you could. Because that's a long term.
Okay.
And you'll get your bonus for your stunt.
How do I put that in? I put that in afterwards.
You just add it on afterwards, yeah. Or when you click it.
4, great. So that makes it 8.
A 6.
2 for the bonus. So let's do create a deceive advantage against someone. And you said
but she knows you.
And I have Falco's records.
But you don't have an advantage on her. You just have the bonus, that's +2 bonus. So that's a 6.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. You can give me 2 questions. Or a question and a boost. And this is your studies of Falco's records.
Would I know the right thing to say in this moment? Like how he recruited people, because I had all the records of the other cells.
Yes. Can I give you a complicated answer? There are 2 answers to this question.
Okay.
Which one do you want?
Is this like a door number 1, door number 2 type situation, or do I get more
information? Do you want the
from that?
records, or do you want something else? Do you want the answer that's in the records, or do you want the other answer?
I want the other answer.
You have 2 questions, so you could have them both if you wanted.
I want them both. I want them both.
Answer 1.
Okay.
In the records, it's very clear that he recruits people through different means, usually sometimes seduction, because he was that way, sometimes through compromise, like getting information, like getting to know them well enough to find out what their weaknesses are, which could be greed, very much a wheeler dealer. Like you remember notes about what things people wanted, what they were afraid of, like all these notes about the things he would use to manipulate people, to get leverage over them. He was very much that kind of a person. Very much that kind of a person. And like there were notes on there, all that. And it seems as if what he wanted, it seemed as if from the records that you had, very upfront of a, basically we want you to surveil, give data, betray, right? And sometimes it looked like it's through bribery and it's very friendly, good cop. Sometimes very bad cop. Seems very upfront in the kind of, we just want you to basically serve military intelligence almost exclusively around resistance. Basically looking for resistance.
He's looking for compromised resistance members.
Yeah, but or people who can like infiltrate the resistance, find out. He doesn't seem like the Gestapo's a lot more of like what people are talking about in a kind of like a thought crime kind of a way, but they're much more sort of looking for actual resistance members so they can find them and get them, right? It's very upfront.
The other one?
The other one is this. You remember that thing that she said to you when she was like about to pass out, which was about the plot to kill Hitler.
Yes.
And those 2 things do not match, right? Sort of like a run-of-the-mill cell to sort of pick up information.
Yes, Regina's kind of put that together. She's trying to get her to reveal that, though.
But the thing is, either the 2 answers you can think of is either that it's a very run-of-the-mill, you're there working for military intelligence to gather information at your club, to give to the people, which there were some indications in the notes that might be what he could have said, or that's not what you were recruited for. You were recruited for something different. Bigger.
That's okay.
The obvious answer is the one that's in the records that you have seen.
But in terms of like, she's asking me what he would have said. So I'm assuming then
she asked you what he recruited you with. Like how, what did he say to you, right? So it was like not what he would have said. So
my understanding is that he it was also in on this Hitler plot to kill Hitler.
It's possible. She is testing you, and the question is not if you're going to give an answer that he wouldn't have said, but she wants to know what answer. She wants to know why he he recruited you, right? This is the question that she needs to know from you. And you get a sense that this is a very important question. And the answer that's in his records. You can put it together very easily, right? That it's just to gather information and all that. None of which she has asked you to do. She has asked you to do a whole bunch of things that are not just sit in a club and gather information. She's asked you to assassinate people, to find out who murdered some folks. She's asked you a lot of things. And she's asking you now, and remember, she's the keeper of the records, right? She's the keeper of the records. You know that that's one of her...
Right.
One of her aspects. So that she would know. Like, what's in the records, she would know. And she's asking you now, what did he say to you? And I will note, say, rather than, like, she wants to know what he said to you to recruit you, as opposed to what might be, right? That's what she's asking you.
So I go back to my original question. Did he say anything that I would want to give her?
No, because he hadn't made the ask yet. Because you were not actually recruited by him, right? That's you actually were not recruited by him at all.
Okay.
So that's just like one of her big lies, right? Like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Regina would say,
and clearly this question matters to her. It is a question that hangs heavy in the air. And perhaps it might be a little heavier than it. Also, why wouldn't she already know, right?
Regina says, well, I am German, and I can't necessarily say I'm working for Gestapo. I can't necessarily say I'm working with any one person, but only against one person.
Go on.
Volker had much to say. He very much liked to hear himself speak.
He did.
But when he recruited Bricktops...
And she pays very close attention to what you say right now. She leans a little forward. Like, it's just a little bit of a forward lean at this moment.
I believe it was to move us into a larger plan. A assassination attempt. We hold a very specific set of skills, and our Sylvie's club is a great front. It keeps us in touch with all the right people, and nobody suspects it. Yes, I know. We were new to his recruitment.
He told me that, he told me about you.
Me or us?
Well, both. He told me that, he was going to ask you. That he was going to watch you, and he called me. It was the night of this party. He called me, and I was at my apartment, and he was so excited. He said he found really excellent candidates. He wasn't able to be very clear. There was some, I don't know, some hullabaloo. But he said he would talk to me about it the next morning. After he did what he needed to do, he was going to recruit a new cell. Promising. And then he was dead. And I assumed he didn't, but then I learned that he had recruited you before he died. And that means that before whoever actually did kill him killed him, he spoke with you all. I presume he spoke with you because he spoke...
That night at the party, in fact.
Yes.
We spent the evening together.
He mentioned you.
Fantastic.
Yes. He was, well, that was not his best character trait. But
Regina thinks which one, but she doesn't say it.
But he He was excited. He told me he would speak with you all the next day.
Well,
May I ask you... It must have happened so quickly it wasn't in his records. The other records. May I ask you... Well... The other records. She says that again, and it's a little bit weird the way she says it. What did you... How was he? The last time you spoke with him, presumably he must have gotten you out of sight to ask you and have asked you in public. What was his... Was he nervous? Did he seem... Was there any clue, any indication of paranoia, something? Anything?
he seemed agitated, flustered. He and... What was her name?
Jeanette.
Jeanette, thank you. He and Jeanette had a public altercation.
Yes, I've done my research. But
other than that, he pulled me to the side at the end of the night before I left.
I will ask you one more question. And I need you to be very honest with me. Does this have to do with your father?
What?
Why he recruited you? I am going to ask you a question which is impolite. And I ask your forgiveness ahead of time for this impoliteness. It's not my way. But did he recruit you to kill your father? Sorry.
Some things require a personal touch.
You have sacrificed much. I will answer your questions.
Wonderful.
But
Unfortunately, as much as I'd like to do it now, I really should check on my cell. It has been a long few days, and if it is true that it is their blood on the streets, I would like to assure that they have some of it still in their body, at least.
We need to do some work. We need to know if Calvé contacted the Gestapo before he died. I was out. I don't know if did you kill him? I need to know...
Stop worrying about Calvé. It's been handled. He will never be found.
Did he speak to the Gestapo before he died? Is the question that must be answered.
Considering the fact that I have been lying low since our bonfire, I don't know yet. I understand that things seem urgent on your end.
It's also urgent on yours.
There are still precautions that have to be taken.
Yes.
And some things don't happen overnight, Collette.
If they know, they will raid your bar. And your friends may already be dead.
Then this is why I should cut our conversation short. Offer you a place to receive some medical care.
Yes. You should move quickly. If they know, they are coming for you.
We will figure it out.
If they don't know, I need to contact my boss so he does not worry. I was not home last night, and he will be concerned.
And it sounds like we both have very busy afternoons.
I cannot go like this. I need to make a phone call. That will be less suspicious.
Fine. We will ride the car. I think it's a car. Over to the bar. There's a phone there. I'm sure everyone would appreciate you showing up and maybe showing a little gratitude.
Again, you have been served very well, and it seems as if you are working for the cause, not for the coin. Is that not correct?
This is accurate.
Good. Then, I of course am grateful. I don't think I would have broken. I was ready to die with the secrets in my head.
Well, I
But
almost killed you, if it makes you feel better.
does not make me feel better.
Well, I'm sorry then. Ignore that.
But if he had gotten the names on that list, it would have ruined everything.
Then it's a good thing he didn't.
Help me up.
I help her up. And I go, it's a good thing that you came around. I mean, in answering my questions and all of that, I made a promise to somebody I care about, and I really didn't want to have to break it.
I'm going to assume that is not a threat.
Not unless you take it as one.
Should I?
Well, not anymore. You answered my questions.
And she shakes her head a little bit about that, and she just sort of like straightens her glasses, looks at her outfit.
You are unfit. We need to cover her, especially if they're trying to kill her, I can't just drag her ass out on the streets. I need to like put her hair up and in like a hat. We need to cover her up.
Veil.
Yeah, something to just like block some of her face, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go on the DL over to the club.
And that is where we'll pick up at the club at this moment. You all are there in the club all together at the bottom. I think Sylvie has been, poor Hannah, she has taken care of this guy, Duckles, who had some looks like he had some kind of shrapnel of some sort in his shoulder. And then she took Sylvie back up to the green room finally to go and check on her iron levels and check on her her throat, and just give her a full because she's worried about you. Also because she's your ex and she's worried about you, and it's been very frustrating that she has not been able to make sure that you're really okay, because everybody's like bleeding everywhere. And it is a little bit later when you don't hear it, but Regina will enter, and I imagine come down into the back room with all of you together. And at this point in time, your exam is already done, Sylvie, and everyone's down in the back basement. And in walks Regina and Collette, looks bad. She looks bad. Clearly she's been beaten. Her face is bruised and bloody. Her fingers are broken. They're not in good angles. In one hand, she has a bit of a limp. She just looks like she has been brutalized. Split lip still, and she comes in with an air of dignity, right? I mean, she looks awful, but she comes in with this air of dignity. And in this cramped space, Regina, you see Jules. You see Jules and some random dude.
I immediately, if I'm holding Collette up, I just get rid of her. And I think Regina looks a little sheltered. She's also, y'all, she's covered in dirt. She's been camping. She hasn't showered yet. She probably has kind of blood on her. and she immediately runs over to Jules and like throws her arms around Jules's neck and kind of buries her head in his neck, and she hugs him so tight and she says, I don't know what you're doing here, but I am so glad to see you. And she cries into your shoulder. She just weeps.
It's good to see you, Regina.
Why oh, right, the pilot. You brought the pilot.
Yeah. Yeah.
He waves.
Douglas is his name.
Yeah, he drugged me out of there. He saved my life. It's all right.
Yeah, we crashed in the plane, Regina.
Yeah.
The first time.
You can mark it on your list of crashes. You've survived a lot of them.
I always make it out.
And Regina kind of shakes it off, realizing, I don't know, the other two members of the cell are kind of, well, one, I guess Oscar's up, right? Oscar's up. Tango's not.
Say Tango's still like splayed out on the couch or something.
He's up. He's just
up but prone.
Yes.
Up but prone.
Yes.
Dramatic. He's dramatic right now.
Collette?
Well, having wine.
Yeah. Oh, great. It's festive too.
Yeah.
I look at Collette and I go, Collette, you mentioned there was something you wanted to say to everyone.
She stops. She gives a hard look to Oscar, searching him for a little bit. Thinking, right? Like
this is...
She's seen him once before.
Yep.
But she's trying to place him. It seems like she's trying to place him. And then she sees Jules, and you can see her ticking in her mind. It's clear to you, Jules, that she knows who you are, though she's never met you, right? Like she's sort of placing, she's kind of going through the room and placing everyone in her records, as it were, right? And then she's that guy she doesn't know that person.
Collette, I snap again because I can see she's like, she's doing the Regina thing, and she's like, you mentioned there was something you wanted to say to everyone.
We're listening.
I wanted to thank you for your aid in saving my life. Even if it came because you were too slow. And then she waits because she doesn't know some of these people. And she says, and she turns...
Regina kind of gestures like, this is it. You gotta...
She looks to Sylvie and she goes, Lady Macbeth, is everyone here secure?
Yes, everyone here is secure. You'll have to pardon me. I had surgery.
Well, because you were slow in killing your target, as requested, things escalated. If you had taken care of this earlier, many people's lives, including your own and my own and many more, would have been in less risk.
I hope what Collette is trying to say, is that we successfully rid ourselves of Calvé, who, I've managed to find out, was in fact a double agent working for Gestapo. And I cut my gaze to Oscar. Some of us may or may not have known that, but the good news is we knew it in time. In time for me to get additional information from him. A drop-off point. See, Collette? Things that you don't know.
Oh, I know his drop-off point.
Do you know what he was trading?
I'm the keeper of the records. I know all of the missions of every single agent. What do you think? I am, after all, the secretary, she says.
Falcus secretary.
Oh.
It seems. Yeah, I look at Jules like, don't say it. Don't say it. It seems that Collette and Falca had additional plans, like we were assuming.
And she gives you a look like, doot, 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 doot. like maybe you screwed up in your language.
This is also my cell, and she doesn't know how we talk within
She
ourselves,
doesn't.
So that's...
She doesn't, but she just heard like we were assuming, as opposed to there's a bit of a disconnect between
Yes.
being
Yes.
recruited for and assuming that something is, right? So, and
Yep.
she just notes it.
So, I thought Hannah could offer our friend here, who met the wrong end of a lead pipe, a helping hand. And then maybe all of us could say, have a drink upstairs. Considering, in fact, Jules in town.
Yeah.
Tango. And I walk over and I will help him up if he wants to get up and go up and have a drink.
Yeah. And by the way, what sandwich did Oscar make for Tango? And is it at this point where Oscar hands the sandwich over? Or was it earlier? Did they like?
I don't think he had a chance to
Yeah.
if this was part of the timeline,
Yeah.
because
That's
he
right.
walked up and
They
immediately got
just
hit by
got
Jules.
Yep.
All right.
Oh,
so
well,
never
you go
mind.
upstairs. You can make a sandwich when we get upstairs. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's where all
yeah.
the meat is anyway.
I'm going to be very
Watch the sandwich
dramatic.
making.
Yeah, he's going to be very dramatic about it too, though. He's going to need your help. He's going to be like, oh, it hurts to be shot in the heart.
And I'm going to tell
It
you,
hurts.
Collette looks at you like when you're being dramatic, her, after having been tortured by this guy for 8 hours, whatever, she just looks at you like you're the biggest baby, but she says nothing, but she gives you a look.
It hurts so much.
Collette, this is Hannah. She's very good at what she does.
And she thinks, and you can tell, she's checking the records. She's like, I don't know you.
Collette, not everyone was part of his inner circle. We
Well,
still have our own resources.
You can always turn down the medical help if you'd rather walk around with lead pipe bruising all over you.
I would
love
not.
Sylvie.
I would not. I do have to get back. Sooner rather than later. I can use your phone?
Yes. Is there one down here?
No. The only one's upstairs.
Yeah, it's all upstairs.
Yeah.
When Hannah's done, we'll be upstairs having a drink. You can join us, and there's a telephone. Right, Sylvie?
I'll allow it.
I need to know what they know at the office, what they don't.
Well, hopefully you can tell them.
And Hannah has a slight weariness about all of this because that's just she looks exhausted. I'll just let you know,
Yes.
Hannah looks exhausted, and she's
Yeah.
here she goes, right? So she's
I
Take
I'll
Collette.
put a hand just on Hannah's shoulder, and all I say is, she's needed. So
Well, let's go get drinks. Sylvie's just gonna go upstairs.
and
Oy
Duckles is
vey.
like, boy, well, I can go right, yeah,
why don't you stay down here?
with the drinks.
Regina just says flatly. Well, we do have to move your ass across the line. Come on. You're gonna have to know.
And so he comes up because he wants drinks, and he hits your shoulder, Jules, and he goes, "They're all right, these folks."
Yeah. It's just give them some of that gin
Oh,
we brought back.
yeah, a couple balls broken, but we got some. It's all right. And he gives Regina a wink.
Sylvie sees this and she's gonna go up to him and be like, I think that's a really good idea. I think you should just
God.
head on over there and try and give her a few nice words. I think it could go really well for you.
You think she fancies me, eh?
I do. Do you see that look? That's the look she gives people she really likes.
I wouldn't do that to Duck.
Oh, are we talking? That's when Tango walks in. Oh, are we talking about the look?
Yeah, the blonde bird over there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
Right,
good idea.
Tango.
I really hope she's out of earshot.
Yeah.
And
say it.
Sylvie's
Don't
gonna
say
be to Tango like, right? Shouldn't our new friend go over and just try
That
to
look. Okay,
side
all right.
on up?
Here's
Wouldn't
what I
that
want.
be
Here's
great?
what I want you-
Revives the plane crash to do this. Oh my god.
But look, I know you got your game, but I want you to like tell me what you're gonna say, just real quick. Just a
Well, I
little-
figured I'd say something like, "Oi,
What is it?
you tired?
Yeah.
Because you've been running me mind all day, you know, something
Oh,
like
that's
that."
perfect. That's perfect. She grabs him and just like before anyone Sylvie grabs him and just starts pushing him over there. And then like to the side, she's gonna say to Jules, I haven't gotten to see a plane crash all day.
Okay.
And just like pushes him over there.
And I'm gonna look over, by the way, before that, and I'm gonna look at Sylvie as the guy's like awkwardly gonna walk up. He's like, I just don't think she'll even know he's hitting on her.
It doesn't matter.
Oscar would be behind the bar making a sandwich, and if he makes eye contact with this man,
Yeah.
he simply mouths and again in a stage whisper says, "You are going to die," and he just goes back to cutting the.
So they go, Regina, dear, this waterfowl has something he'd like to say to you. And she just like slaps him heartily on the back and then kind of backs off, but not like as if she's walking away, but she very obviously is just kind of like.
Okay. I look at him like, to the point, we have business.
Why? So, and he looks back over at Sylvie. I don't know if you heard, there's I'm a pilot, so I know things about, sky. So I don't know if you heard, it's a big tragedy, you know? Our plane crashing, and that was also a tragedy, but there was another tragedy. I heard, Evan lost an angel because you're standing right here in front of me right now.
What angle?
No, an angel. Like the wings. Like the Evan.
Are you claiming to be an angel?
No, I'm saying that you're an angel. You fell from heaven, right? And here you are. But
no,
all
I
right.
defected from Germany with the help of your friend here.
All right, sorry. Let me start again.
Sylvie's gonna just like hand gesture to everybody else, just to come closer.
I'm like, please don't start again.
No,
I'm going to save you from yourself and the embarrassment of all of this.
I'm
What
not
is it
embarrassed.
you want?
Oh, it's easy. So, all right. I'd ask. I want to go out on a date. I'm like, well, I'm gonna leave. Like, I figure you're all gonna get me out of here, right? You're gonna get me
Well,
out.
none of us are stopping you.
Well, no, you're gonna bring me out of the country, right? You're gonna like set me on my way. But before, figure we go out to dinner.
Who?
You and me. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Duckles.
Duck, like a water bird.
Yeah,
Quack, quack.
people call me Duck.
I used to hunt duck
Oh, you can hunt me anytime, huh?
with dogs because that's how you hunt duck.
Oh, it's a strange metaphor, but it's all right. You could chase me. It's all right.
Duckles, do us all a favor. Put your libido on hold until you cross the border, and you can put it into someone who cares.
Okay, well, all right. You know what? I figure you, being like the only bird here who's not been shot, right? You'll probably be thinking about it a little bit later. I'm gonna be here, just hanging out until you get me out of here. So if you change your mind, and just come
If
to me.
I come to you later on and tell you that I'm thinking about you, put
Yeah.
a bullet in my skull.
Oh, what? Oh,
Sylvie comes up and grabs him, and then she will have been shot too, you jackass. And she turns around.
Poor guy.
he goes and gets a drink. He's sad because like the one not shot gal, like right there. Apparently not interested.
Oh, great. I crash into Paris and the first available female that doesn't have a bullet hole in her. Wow.
I'm not saying that he's awesome. I'm saying he's a
Well,
pilot. And
Now that Duckles has set the mood, I kind of turn to everyone and I'm like, I would like to apologize for not being here. I took Luke camping for his birthday. I did not know that I was followed or that they were trying to kill Collette. At least not that much.
How was camping? Did Luke enjoy it?
I believe so.
Good.
Did you enjoy it? Did you have s'mores?
I don't know what that is. We no, we ate sausages over a fire and we shot the sniper rifle.
Oh, like a great family trip I've always wanted.
It was educational and a gift.
Fun.
The point of the matter is we went on a camping trip, and I'm sorry that I was not here when everything went down. We have a lot to talk about. And Oscar,
Happened to everyone.
And Duck was like, yeah, you all look right shite, really. You look
Yeah.
awful. Spat.
We've been in a plane crash and we look better than you.
I mean, not you. Points to
Sylvie's gonna
Regina.
turn to Duck. She's mad at him. She's gonna be like, I don't want to hear anything from you. You shut it. You shut it.
Oscar.
And Jules, it was. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
Nope.
You
Jules first. Yep. Yep.
Okay, Jules. It's kind of cool. We were in a shootout, like a old Western shootout with gangsters.
Mhm.
And then after that,
What kind of guns?
Oh, all kinds of guns.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Machine gun.
yeah.
Okay.
And then
Tango.
I've lost a lot of blood. I'm sorry.
No, I don't want you to apologize, but I have I have to be honest with you. It came to my attention. I made a visit to the Red Tailors. I thought meeting and thanking Mother Courage in person would be wise. More importantly, she has strong, burly men, and we have a few. Well, we have Oscar. And now Jules,
Right, that's two.
we're going to
Two out
need
of
some
three.
extra hands to move the art tonight. I have a plan.
Okay, I'm listening.
Say I were a smarmy German. My eyes cut to Oscar.
Like
I
we're
empty.
talking you kind of smarmy or Oscar kind of smarmy?
I'm a smarmy German. I empty out an art museum, one far too large to hold the collection of art that I actually have. So the middle area of the museum is empty. So is the storage area in the back, where I'm going to house a large section of stolen art and goods for a period of time until it makes it to its actual transport location. Where is the last place that I would expect somebody to put it if they stole it?
I don't know what you're thinking.
Smarmy German might say in the same place.
Smarmy German might. Good thing I'm that smarmy German. I say we hide it on site. And Oscar, I hope that you could help Tango with a little project. Tango, do you remember all those years ago when we were just radio buddies and you were stealing art and I was, well, saving it from you?
Yeah. Yeah, we were frenemies.
You remember how you shipped it to me?
I've shipped a lot of things in a lot of different ways.
My favorite one, my favorite Tango crate.
Oh, I did have some Tango crates.
the false wall. And Regina goes on to explain basically that you build false walls into all of the crates so that they're empty on the inside and you hide the art on the flat edges of these crates.
Yeah,
So-
when we have these false walls, it's an optical illusion whenever you actually look into it. Sure, when you look at it from crate to crate. But anyways, that was a good one.
I'm going to need a lot of those. We're going to need a lot of those built over
Okay.
the next few weeks, maybe months, as we move this artwork. I say we hide it on site. I don't think that they'll know. We replace the art with junk, something of equal weighted value. And we may even have to sacrifice a few paintings to, say, hide on top. But they'll at least get out, and by the time they know what hits them, they'll be expecting that we're long gone with the artwork, not that it's still at the museum. And for the next few weeks, an empty museum, we'll just house the art until we can move it ourselves.
That's brilliant.
Problem is, that's a lot of artwork for us to move. So
Yeah.
I asked our dear friends, the communists, to lend us a little muscle.
That's bold, and that's odd coming
Communist.
from you.
Oh. Okay. Communist.
I kind of look at Jules and I go, the Red Tailors have, thanks to a conversation I had with Mother Courage, they have been watching us for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Much longer than any of us knew. They know where the bunker is. They have a general idea, or thought they did, of the ins and outs of this club. Based on the rhetoric of Mother Courage, I assume that Tango was able to convince her that, in fact, we were not working for Gestapo or military intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
We were double undercover.
Okay.
Which is a good thing, because I have a feeling they might have attacked us had that information not leaked, but it is leaked information nonetheless. And while I was camping, I broadcasted to England.
Surprise, surprise.
And I was honest about our cover being blown to the communists.
What did they say?
Well, Tango, have you ever been in trouble?
Oh yeah.
I thought so. You're in trouble.
Oh.
I
I
need
figured
you.
it was a matter of time at this point.
I need you to lay low, or they're going to ship you out.
Layla. He's gonna look down at his bandaged chest.
So
I'm not very good at laying low.
Ship it to London.
I don't
and-
know. This is out of my pay grade. I seem to have been told multiple times today, and I look at Collette. Oh no, she's not even in here.
She's downstairs.
That's right. Yeah, no, I noted
Yeah.
then that I've been told that multiple times today.
I think for your health, it would be best also to lay low for a little bit.
Lay low.
You
I'm
like
perfectly
London. There's a
fine.
lot of things and a lot of
I
things
am
to steal
perfect.
there.
We have a bigger problem, which is that even though I left Calvé to die in a burning building, his slimy self drug himself from the ashes like some corrupt phoenix and managed to, I'm going to guess, race all of you to Colette's location. My fear is that he has reported to Gestapo, and I cut eyes at Oscar. Oscar, he cannot have let Gestapo know.
Sure, he could have.
Then, as the expert in the matter, I'm going to ask you what you think we should do.
If he is reported to Gestapo, they would probably call. Try to make contact with me to verify what he has said.
On the phone? They would call you on the phone?
He would look over at Tango. This wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah. I like this one, huh? He's first German to shake my hand.
This is Oscar. He is...
Second, sorry.
Yes, yes, this is Oscar. He is...
That's what I'm talking about, though. Anybody could call and say they're anybody. This is ridiculous. That's a terrible way to get secure information around.
So there's a way to make sure that we know who one another is. They should be making contact anytime, as I have contacted them.
I would like to hope that you have words that will settle these things and we don't have to worry about them, say, I don't know, attacking our bar.
It all depends upon how paranoid they are.
We just fixed it up from a gun attack.
You are dealing with Nazis.
Just now.
These are not people
Depends.
that think through things. If they see a problem, it is much easier to crush it than to talk things out.
It sounds to me like Calvé blew his cover. He blew his cover, and in doing so, German intelligence offed him. That's what I hear.
German intelligence killed Calvé?
Yes.
That is
Helpful, hopefully, maybe, right?
That's convenient.
Then he would turn to Tango and say, "What did he say when you talked to him?"
And help me out, Trooper, because I'm having a real hard time with the last kind of the main overtones of it.
He was like, "Hey, Oscar," and you're like, "Hey, buddy," and they're like, "You're my best friend." He's like, "You're my best friend." That's not what happened. What he said was, "The woman in your cell, Regina, rescued Collette from me and has taken her away. I have been picked up by military intelligence. We're on our way to rescue her from," I told them that basically, I told this guy that I'm with that, Regina's resistance and did all the badness. And we're going to go and rescue Collette now. We're on our way to rescue her. You need to get there first before we arrive and kill everybody in that room before we get there. Help me out. You got to help me out here. Kill everybody before we get there, and then don't tell Tristan Hassel.
Yeah, in the spirit of everything, I kind of blah that out.
Like, just don't tell Tristan
So what,
Hassel.
was he worried about his cover being blown?
If he was if he was concerned that his cover was blown, it means it was not blown. Therefore, German intelligence did not kill our dear friend Mark.
Well, there was quite a accident, it seems, and I kind of gesture to everyone. Who's to say his cover wasn't blown on the way? More importantly, getting there and killing everyone didn't actually happen, which means...
But his cover was supported because he was attacked along the route. He was attacked, and as a member, presumably the driver of German intelligence, was killed. It would seem as if it was supported that his allegiance to German intelligence was, at the very least, no longer in question.
You didn't see him there. Do we know that he's dead?
With the concession, would Oscar? So you said that we knew that the trail led from there, and we saw him in the background, kind of like stumble away, right?
But
that was part of what our narrative was.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's dead. He escaped. As far as you know, he's out in the wind somewhere.
Yeah, we know that he got away.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily know what Regina knows about his final times.
Yeah.
So yes, we know that he left the scene. He was not killed in the crash or the gunfire.
He is dead. He is dead.
He is.
Calvé, yes.
Then you know this how?
Well, because there are some things I have laid my eyes upon.
Did you see it happen, or?
You might say that.
Why are you being vague?
Was it German intelligence?
Who did it?
London did.
So it wasn't German intelligence.
No.
Oh. How do you know it was London?
Well, it wore a mustache and had a bit of a pompous attitude.
Gross.
He is still recovering from you basically killing him.
That could have been anyone.
Oops.
But he seemed to have gotten my message from London. And he showed up as backup, and I guess he found Calvé. There is no body. There is no proof except for the pictures that I hold. More importantly, Collette. I almost left her in the same burning building. But I had a feeling that Calvé would not have gone as to the extremes as he did to get what he wanted if there was not some really desperate reason. So I decided to save her, and in doing so, she was a bit out of it and told me something I think we may all find very interesting.
An actual apology?
No, not even a threat of torture could get that out of her. But she had a purse on her. Inside of it was a list of names. I have yet to really be able to break down what it means, but I believe it is what he was after.
What is it?
I need some time to sort it out, but it seems to be a list of people.
What was these names written in?
German, yes?
No.
Weird code.
It was.
Weird
code. It is in code, which is why it's going to take me some time. I have to try to decipher it and break it. But if that is not the oddest part, as she is on death's doorstep, she whispered to me something. She said that there is a plot, a coup, an assassination attempt for Hitler. She seems to be working with a secret group of people. Based on the small bit of conversation I've had with her, I think that she and Falke are part of a larger plot. His death was unfortunate, but necessary. And now she is still questioning our allegiance to the plot, because he never actually recruited us. Regardless, if it is true, and that is what she is doing, I want in.
Regina, is this list that you found not in code or in German? Where was it written? Was it just in a book in her purse?
It was written on a small piece of paper, slipped inside the lining of her purse. I have memorized it and gotten rid of all the proof.
Oscar's going to finish his sandwich but leave it on the chopping block, and he's going to go downstairs. Yeah.
How do we know if this can be trusted?
We don't. But right now, if we can at least get close enough to get some proof, it is all in Colette's word, but something to simmer on. Right now, she trusts us, and we have saved her, and at least to some degree, she's owes us a little bit, maybe.
I doubt she'll ever see it that way, but...
Well, she's a hard-headed and bitter woman. But she seems to believe in whatever her and Falke were doing, which is why I think it's genuine in some way, that there is at least a plot. And even if it is not to kill Hitler, I still want to know what it is.
I think it's better that we know what everything is, as much as we can.
So, that being said, we can't do much with that tonight. I thought we'd get her some help, and then allow her to go back. Maybe she can report to French intelligence that we are, in fact, not trying to kill her, but trying to save her, because Calvé was, I don't know, a Gestapo agent. And we have a few hours before we have to move the art. Oh, and I have something you might want to see. And I hand keys over to Jules. Something new, French.
No.
What is it?
Yes. Drew checks the keys. What brand of car?
It's a Peugeot, but you've never seen this before.
He's never seen this.
Mm-hmm. You're like, so weird. It's weird. It's actually, it's not like a key that you would sort of recognize.
Wow. We've never seen this, Regina.
It is electric.
Electric?
Runs
Okay.
on no fuel.
Uh-huh. Does it go fast?
Well, no, but It is economic.
It's a good time for that.
And if nothing else, it can. And if you don't want it, I can rip it apart for parts. So.
Well, sounds interesting. Sounds interesting. Electric, huh?
Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh, Jules. Now that you're back in town, you may want to help us all out and go visit the Duke.
I am.
He's asking for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked for you.
Yeah, he had something for you to do.
Yes, I owe him a favor. I'm not sure.
Well, it seems he's cashing in, and he and I have spoken, and I would suggest not, not showing up.
Okay. I'll go there with the electric car. We'll go for a ride.
That sounds reasonable.
This quiet ride.
Yeah. Where is Oscar?
He went
Where's
downstairs to see our friend Collette.
Basically to see what state she's in.
When you get down,
You trust that guy downstairs there? Huh?
I don't know yet, in honesty. But he
Looks
is
like
here.
a former soldier.
He is. Well, if you consider Gestapo soldiers.
Yeah.
He pinky promised me that he's a good guy.
Soldier police, whatever.
He promised you, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty serious.
And I'll look over like
5
solemnly
years
over
old
at
anymore.
Sylvie. I'm like, you know how we feel about pinky promises.
I do.
They need to get your head looked at, Tango, huh?
And then he looks over at Sylvie. He's gonna walk over and he's gonna whisper in her ear. It's true. He's a good kisser.
Oh God! That is not the point of this conversation.
Shell shocker right there.
I'm gonna need to know more.
I know. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm just swimming in it still.
Yeah, she's gonna like, if he's not holding her,
Also
she's
the
gonna
pain
take a
from
drink and hold one, and then
Also
do
the
one.
pain,
We're not in jail, huh? That's okay.
So was this as a part of the who instigated? Was this part of the pinky promise? What happened? What happened?
I told him
it-
about the pinky promise for me. He's
Did he look you in the eyes? Did you close eyes? What happened?
Look, that's not the point. Do you
Wait,
want
what
to know
happened
why?
to the war?
It
What
is the
happened to war?
point. This is the whole point. I need every detail. How could you do this when I wasn't there?
We have to continue on.
We had an agreement.
Sylvie, I know. If we ever kissed him, we would talk about it.
I go downstairs.
and Ducky's like, I'm coming with you. Ducky's like, I don't know what's going
I'll
on.
go.
Also at this point, so
Nothing.
Sylvie's gonna pull out some money and give it to him because I'm going to assume they had a bet about this.
Yeah,
So she's gonna give Tango some money.
because they bet who can kiss him first.
What do I see when I get downstairs? This is
Well-
I have a bad feeling.
Let's back up and let's start when Oscar gets downstairs. There are some things that I'm going to tell you, but I can't tell you yet. But I have been rolling. The commies
Yes,
only.
I've been seeing your little cheeky.
Yeah, I've been noticing this, including the Zucchettos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You'll
Okay.
find out.
Okay.
The commies currently have one left. I'm contemplating spending my individual fate points right now. For me, we will see how I feel about that. We will see. Oscar, you head down first, and you see Hannah working on Collette. She's like splinting her fingers. Her fingers, when she gets down, these fingers are already splinted.
Has she knocked her out with the morphine is the only thing that...
No, her shirt is off. And she's wearing, kind of a 1940s bra, and they're very industrial, quite large. Like they're almost armor. And she's sitting there in like she was wearing like a business suit. You know what I mean? Like she was very much like a professional secretary type, but her shirt is off, and it's just like her entire side is just awful. It's like that yellow, green, purple, and Hannah is taping up her ribs, and she's sitting there, sort of stoic. You can tell it hurts, but she's also like really keeping it together in a. And when you walk in, she sees you. She does not look embarrassed at all. She just looks at you, and Hannah looks embarrassed for her a little bit, right? But she doesn't seem to care. And Hannah kind of like stands up and kind of like blocks her body.
But I mean, he's not going to. He would
no,
walk in as soon
it's
as
a
he
very,
saw that she's undressed. He would turn.
It's just a quick move, right? It's like the immediate sort of like she gets up, and Collette like kind of waves Hannah away from her, and she says, "Your name." They told me it was Oscar, right? At the barrel, 2 weeks ago. Oscar. And you can tell she's trying to remember something. Like she's trying to place you, but she, like, again, she did it before, she's trying to place you again, and she doesn't seem to be able to do so, but she's trying to place you.
Frau Collette, what did Mark Calvé ask of you while he was using his pipe?
He wanted to know many things. Many things.
I do not need the answers to these things, just the questions.
He wanted to know... what game I was playing. He also wanted to know other things, but he wanted to know the names on the list.
But he asked you first what game you were playing.
He did.
Did you answer that one?
No. I thought he didn't need to know. Having him not know was more convenient at the time. But I wanted to tell him. Very badly. I have to ask you, did you ever live in Frankfurt? Did you live in Frankfurt, say, 1930, 31? It seems so familiar to me.
This is questions that you're asking me. Are you trying to sort me out, or are you trying to get to know me? Is this friendly or is this business?
I don't know. It depends on whether I've seen you in Frankfurt before. Do I know you?
I do not know you. It is not necessary for us to know one another, for us to be able to help one another.
Yes, but I feel like nonetheless. Mark Calvé, I don't... Did you find out? Was he able to say anything to anyone? Do you know?
I do not know.
Regardless, I think it doesn't matter if he said anything or not. If I'm correct, it wouldn't matter.
Should we be concerned here? Is this something that could follow you around to...
It's a question. Oh, people have moved. I will fix them. It depends. It's if I was correct, if I did what I thought I could do properly, then no matter what he says, it wouldn't matter. But it depends. There's information I don't have. But if I was correct, then it wouldn't matter what he said.
Who do you believe that this Calvé was working for?
Yeah. The support from London should be open. And we actually already got support. No, did we not? Let me. We should have, actually. I've gotten some already. But we didn't. One moment. I will clear those for you. He was a good agent for us. Well, perhaps not the best. He was all right. He was an all right agent. Not the best, not the worst. He was good enough at his job.
That is a rather surprising evaluation for someone that tortured you.
Yes. That he tortured me speaks... Well, perhaps it's not fair of me to say such things about him. Perhaps it's not fair. Because, well, he didn't know everything, did he?
Apparently he needed to know something from you. Something that only a pipe could draw from you, and not even that.
He was desperate. He was in trouble.
I wonder with who.
I presume with Tristan Hostels, my guess. That is who I suspect he was reporting to. It's the only one that makes sense. It would have to have been him. Only Tristan Hostel is so single-minded.
Do you believe that this Hostel will continue where Calvé left off?
Certainly. He will never stop looking. He is a zealot. He has a scent of something in the air. But having a scent and knowing something is different. And if what I think happened, if... I would like to you're not my records. How did you come to this group?
Just lucky, I guess.
Yeah. How old are you? 28? 32? Something around there? That age?
Something around there, yes.
What are you doing here in Paris? You're muscular, you're fit, you a boxer perhaps, or why are you not serving the Reich? Exile? Are you a Jew? Are
You are very concerned about me.
I am.
Yet, have you given any thought as to what you will do? How will you continue in your current occupation?
I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. I just have to cover for this, and I might be able to make something work. It's fine. It is important.
You said yourselves that you believe that this house will not allow it to stop.
No, but I don't think he will believe anything that Calvé said to him. At all. I hope. But it should be so. This is when Regina and Ducky walk in.
Here we continue his question. Did you ever see him converse with Tristan Hostel as is written or some type of communique?
No. But... And she looks at Regina and at Ducky, scoping them out. This one, she points to Ducky. He's also not on my records. Who is he?
I have no idea. Be careful what you say.
And she says, And then I have forgotten everything. And she looks at Regina. She looks at Regina to Ducky. And back to Regina. Like, who's this guy?
Ducky, do us all a favor, yes?
Yeah.
Go pour us a drink. I'll be upstairs shortly.
Ooh, all right. By the way, you look shy, he says to Collette. And Hannah's like irritated. He goes. I discovered that he was following me before he knew that I knew that. And he should not be following me. That's unusual. So I did a little bit of digging. He's slow on his records, made his meetings, but could have been more productive. Seems as he was doing perhaps some sort of side business, and I think that side business involved me. I think it also involved Falker. Little work. It seemed he's careful, but once you know you're being followed, it's easy to find them. So, there's only one reason you would follow me, Falker. Snooping around our secret cell. He was watching this building as well. He wanted to know something, but he wouldn't want to know that unless he was put up for it. He had been passed over for a promotion some time ago. For not so important. So I figured he was working with them. The Gestapo. But not the Gestapo. Tristan Hassel. Him.
You believe the two are separate?
It's not on paper. Separate? No. That man, Tristan Hassel, does not make friends easily. He's a little obsessed, a little paranoid. I've seen him at parties before. He's fierce, but he has his buttons one could press. So, and she looks again to Regina because she tends to she's telling Oscar this, but it seems like she's telling Regina this, is what it seems like. It seems like that's who she's talking to.
I mean, Oscar's gotten her to loosen her lips, so Regina's not going to stop him.
But you don't think she's talking to him, you think she's talking to you. And she says, you know, when I realized he was following me, and again, looking at Oscar, but talking to Regina, I gave him what he wanted. He wanted to know, who do I meet with? What is the conspiracy? Doctor, can I have, please, this is wearing off a little bit. And Hannah comes and gives her a little bit more of the morphine. So I let him see what he needed to see. He wanted to see the conspiracy. I let him see it. And no doubt he reported back the results of his investigation to his terribly obsessed boss, who will not drop anything. His boss knows something is happening. Someone like that. No.
So you gave him names, but not the names.
You, Regina. May I ask you a question?
As long as I'm not required to answer.
You are?
Then no.
She looks a little loose, and she looks a little, self-satisfied. Tell me, Regina, and this is when Sylvie and Tango make it in. Let us say you, Regina, are a little paranoid.
Say.
Let us say that you trust... And she sees Sylvie and she smiles. Like, there's this guy, it's a very, very small smile. It's like a very small smile. You see, everyone is your enemy. Always trust no one. Let us say that is how you are. Let us say you suspect everyone is out to get you, to mess you up, to trip you up somehow, to make you look bad, yes? Say that is so. That you believe something to be true, but no one believes you. Let's say you need proof, yes? Let's say that you already tried once to tell your bosses about your suspicions. Let us say. Let us say your bosses spoke to my bosses, and there was nothing to be found. Let us say that makes you look terrible. So you need good proof, yes? Good proof of your suspicions. And then let us say that you have an agent, the perfect double agent. Now, some might say, perhaps your bosses, I imagine, was not there for those meetings, that some might say, why aren't you doing your job? There's violence in the streets. Why are you... Ouch. Why are you obsessing about this thing that is not true? Why are you wasting all of your manpower and time when there are people being shot in the streets? But you won't let it go. And you get the perfect double agent. You turn one of ours, someone who was passed over for promotion, perhaps. And this man, on the inside, can find out all the secrets, the truth, find out who the conspirators are. Let's say this man assumes that I am the key to all answers, perhaps because he thinks that women are all seductresses or whatever it is he believes. And so I'm the one. You follow me, you get the answers. I should have seen him earlier, but I found him early enough. And let me ask you, Regina, that when your perfect double agent, who, you were wrong, by the way, he wasn't actually Gestapo, he was ours, but perhaps a bit disaffected. I think that's important. And let's say he comes to you with the list. The perfect list of conspirators. The list that will prove everything that faux cosmopolitan Tristan Hassel believes. And let's say on that list is the head of the anti-Jewish division of the SS. And let's say also on that list is the head of the French Gestapo. Let's say also on that list is your boss's very best friend, the German ambassador to France. Let's say on that list is all sorts of people who are allies and colleagues of your boss. What do you do when your trusted, or perhaps not so trusted agent gives you a list of conspirators, and they all are friends with the SS and the Gestapo, what do you do? Regina, with that list.
Well, it sounds like a very important list.
Hmm.
So I would say you would protect it.
You're the head of the Gestapo. You want to prove that military intelligence is corrupt, corrupted, always has been, not loyal to the Reich. And when you finally get the names, none of them are military intelligence. Instead, they're all Gestapo. Sylvie? She doesn't. She goes right to Sylvie. What would you do? What would you think?
Can Oscar pull over to Regina?
Mm-hmm.
He would barely whisper into her ear, and he would lean to so his lips are right at her ear. That is not a list of conspirators. They do not possess the aptitude to kill someone that they idolize. It is like asking cultists to kill their god.
False list. A plant.
Sylvie, what would you think if you were this man?
I would think if the list was a little too convenient, I might not trust it.
You might not.
But I don't really trust anyone.
And so what would you think about the man who gave you this list?
I might think that such a man had his own agenda.
You might.
Perhaps he was up to no good.
Perhaps he
Perhaps
was.
he couldn't be trusted.
Perhaps he couldn't. And perhaps he betrayed you. Perhaps he wasn't to be trusted at all. So, Sylvie, or Regina, that is why he came after me, Mark Calvé. I suspect he gave that list to his boss, his other boss, and I suspect Tristan Hassel was not pleased. I figured it would go one way or the other. Either Tristan Hassel would descend into his paranoia and start questioning everyone in his own circle, but he's smarter than that. So I suspect he would think that Mark Calvé was not actually trustworthy at all. And I suspect Mark Calvé took me and asked me the questions he asked me because he wanted to get back in Hassel's good graces. Hassel probably threatened to murder him, I imagine.
Well,
Probably.
we helped Hassel out.
Not really. That's the best part. Where's your driver?
Driving.
Jules.
He had an errand to run.
I see. Oh.
Oscar. I look at her and go, "Are you feeling better?"
Not really. Well enough to make a phone call. My boss cannot think there's anything happened to me.
It would be helpful if it was made clear of our assistance. We're going to have to deal with Gestapo either way, I'm afraid.
We will see. You may be protected yet. That's a little bit complicated.
Yes, well, isn't it all, it seems?
My boss does not actually know that you work for military intelligence. So over at Jules, he is heading towards the Duke, who wanted to see him. in this little electric car, first of its kind, which, you know, it is there. But when you go out to sort of get in this electric car, the back way of this of the club is full of crates. There are all these sort of broken down crates in the back alley. They weren't there when you'd come in. And there's Luke, and he's like hauling in these crates into the back alley. And you can see him, and he's like working, you know, like there's like so many of them. And he has got this, like, he seems clearly proud of himself doing something. And he sees you and he goes, "Ah! Jules!" And he like runs up to you as if he's going to hug you, but then he stops himself because that's not cool. And then he's like, "Allez, Jules baiser."
Wow, look at you.
Go
Still have
back.
cigarettes?
Yeah? Like, oui? Oh! And he goes and he pulls out a pack for you. Hey, so you're back. You're not going anywhere, right? You're going to stay here with us?
I don't know. Probably not.
Oh, come on.
That's not my choice, huh?
Well, you don't have to go, do you?
I do. I go where they tell me to go.
Yeah, but hey, I have been, and he looks to make sure the door is shut so nobody inside the club will hear this big secret. I have been visiting your mother. She's okay. She asks about you. I said that you would be back soon, and she's all right. She's a little sad. She misses you. You know. And she's...
I brought something for her. I'll give it to you.
She pinches my cheek too much.
Yeah.
She says I need to eat more.
Anybody else pinching your cheek? Or just my mom?
No, there's a girl.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. But I can't see her right now. I'm doing a thing. It's not great.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I'm in the French National Youth Union. I had to go, and I'm sorry.
Now, why are you doing that?
It's stupid.
You want to make friends or what?
Not with them. I hate them. It's terrible. They make fun of me, and I hate them. But
Stop going?
I can't. I can't.
Oh, well. Just use it as a cover then, huh?
That's what Regina says. She says it's a cover. I just want you to know I'm not a collabo.
No?
No.
Did you kill someone yet?
No. Almost.
No.
You don't have to go, right? I mean, you could stay. It's not the same without you, and I... Anyway, I snuck in to see your lady one time. To check in on her.
You to see my lady.
I did.
Ah, you little bastard, huh?
No, I didn't. Not like that.
Mom, my lady.
No.
Everyone.
No, I have my own girl. But she misses you, but I told her you're all right.
Jeez.
Yeah, she's sad.
Get around, huh?
Yeah. Anyway, what are you doing?
I'm going for a ride. Come with me.
Oh.
Leave all this stuff. Let's go.
Okay, well, wait.
We're going to try this electric car.
All right. He opens the door and he just shouts. You hear Luke shout, "The crates in the alley! Bye!"
There you go. Let's go.
And he hops in to get in the car with you. as you sort of drive into this sort of warehouse district down by the Seine to where the cleaners are. And it's like there's like multiple warehouses, and you know this warehouse where it's like chop shop and other kind of chop shop. They chop up things, cars, things.
Yup. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard. And you have to rap to get in there, and Lucas. It's like was Luke's hangout. This was his hangout, right? But he sort of stopped hanging out there because of you and the rest of the gang. And the door opens, and there's like a big burly guy, and he sees Luke, and he goes, pipsqueak. And like punches him a little bit, and Luke's like, and they're like, well, come on in. And you're brought in, and it's like this huge, like sort of, the front part of the warehouse is all sort of like trucks and cars. Some things are under tarp. And he goes, hey, boss. And the Duke, the cleaner, he comes out, walks up and he goes, huh. All right, so.
Yeah, I came to tell you I don't owe you anything.
You do, my friend.
No. Look, I brought some gas from here to London, okay? I drive hundreds and hundreds.
What does that have to do with me? I saved you.
Save us all, my friend.
I saved your life. And so, you owe me this favor. I said you would need to drive something for me, and you must. I hope you're ready.
Not with this car, I hope.
What car? He goes to the door. Just, what is that?
Yeah. Tell me something to drive, and I'll drive it.
I have something for you to drive. It is very fast. You will need to go very fast. And
all right.
You will not be able to stop at the checkpoints.
I'm never able to stop.
Good. Come with me. And Luke is kind of just standing there, like, trying to be cool, right? Like, not really know what's going on, being a little bit awkward. And he takes you to
He's acting tough.
Yeah, he's like acting tough, but he takes you through this side door. There's like a middle warehouse, and these other two warehouses would theoretically belong to someone else, but they also belong to them. He takes you up to the warehouse on the side. He takes you through, and a lot of goods that probably do not belong to them. And there's a car under a tarp, and he pulls it off, and it is a race car. You don't know how he got this race car, but it is a race car. Little modified so that there's a space for, I would say, 2 people comfortably, and some storage space. He says, so.
Nice.
You will need to be very fast, and...
You steal this from a duke or something?
Well, there are 2 things. This is 2 jobs. 1, you owe me. The second, I will owe you.
Oh, yes. 2 jobs now. Wow.
1 trip.
It's incredible.
2 jobs.
1 trip, 2 jobs. And then you will owe me. What will you owe me?
Come with me. He takes you to the back of this car, and he opens up the trunk. And in the trunk of this car is a lot of gold bullion.
Oh, wow.
With little Nazi stamps on them. And he's like, this is not so easy to get out of the country. But it needs to get out of the country. I have a contact. You will need to go... This gold does not need to go to England. This gold, I have a contact. It's in Portugal. It's
great.
But I do need you to go to England with the second package.
England again?
It's the only place where it is safe. The last boat leaving France has already left. So.
All right. I met someone in London, so.
Stay here. I will get the second package.
What's the second package? What's in the second package?
You know, remember this. You owe me your life. Do you remember this? And there's a slight menace there in this moment.
Mhm.
Do you remember this?
Yes.
Good. One moment. Luke, I see you have turned soft. And he walks away back to probably where his office is, and it's a little bit of a moment. And he comes back, and with him, there's a girl. You would guess she's probably 15. And he says, you will take her to London. And she gets there in one piece. Do you understand me? I have many, many connections all over. Anything happens to her, I will kill you. I will kill everyone you know. She gets to London safely.
And then what? What's in it for me?
Then you can ask me any favor. Any favor.
Great.
And I will do it.
Okay. That's a deal. Why don't you watch over my mom while I'm gone in the meantime?
Your mother?
Huh? Yes.
I can do this.
My friends, too.
Friends, they're all right. They're more interesting than I thought.
Yeah, they're full of holes.
Well, you know,
Maybe you can have some men help them out a bit, huh?
I already helped them out last night. Do you know, they gave me 30 bodies to deal with. 30 bodies. It's a lot. I took care of it. But you will take care of her.
They gave you 30 bodies?
Yes. 30 bodies. All in one night. It was ugly. Your friends are getting involved in some very dangerous business, I'm afraid. But it's all right. I think that we work together. We can perhaps...
Are they using that butcher shop? I was there. I saw some strange meat.
No, the bodies are... They're in the cooler right now.
Okay.
Well, not all of them. We've dealt with many of them. So... I need you to leave right away. If you can, I don't want her here any longer. There's a bad air here in Paris.
Yeah, what's her name then?
He looks at her,
You can.
and she is stubborn looking.
She talk a lot.
No, she's mad, is what she is. She's mad. She looks pissed off in a very 15-year-old way.
Great.
And she says, I'm not going. And he says, you're going. That's it. She's, I don't want to. I'm not going. You can't make me. And he's like, I can make you. You have no... is this man here? His name Jules? Jules?
Hello, bonjour.
This is my daughter.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I get it.
You cannot tell anyone about this. Do you understand?
Yes.
No one. Get her out of here.
Yes. But I can't care for her so much on this trip. Let me take someone with me to care for her. I'll take my mom. She'll have someone to talk to. A woman. She'll be safer.
Yes, it's fair. It is fair. Take your mother, and you can have 2 bars. One for you, one for your mother,
Okay.
and 3. One. I have names for people who will pick her up when you get there. But There is death coming to Paris. I do not want to hear.
I understand. I'll be back. I'll leave my mother there, but I will return.
All right. Well, and by the time you get back, she will be ready to go. And he says that to her, and she is like, she's certain she's not going anywhere, but that's going to be a conversation for when you leave. Be quick. Be quick. I don't like the air. It's too hot. But this car, it's for you. I know you always like to drive, so it's yours.
You've seen me drive.
I did. I saw you once.
Good.
That's why I wanted you. You were very good. It's too bad they wouldn't let you race.
Yeah. Wow. We'll see, huh?
But maybe in the future.
Well,
So-
I'm going to race to London, that's for sure.
Don't stop at any... No checkpoints, just... There, I will give you guns. Whatever you need. You need guns, you need whatever. Money, whatever it is.
If you don't want us to stop at checkpoints, maybe reinforce the front of the car.
We will do this. Come back here in a few hours. Leave right before curfew.
All right. I'll shake his hand.
Shakes your hand.
We have a deal.
And again, if you're taking your mother with you, you just let me know. Whatever it is you need, anything for any of those people.
I'll think about it.
You understand what this is. This is my life. You will be saving my life.
Okay, I'd rather think I'm saving hers, but okay.
And he looks in your eyes. Who do you think my life is?
I understand. It's normal. The love of a father for his child. I understand.
Cool.
Wait, before I go, can I grab something, maybe a bottle for my friends?
Ah. He goes with this wicked grin, and he comes back, and he says, I want you to do two things for me. This is a bottle of brandy. I think that'll be good. They will like this. But I want you to give a present to someone for me. He reaches in his pocket, and he pulls out a little transformer. A little electrical transformer. He says it's not enough, but it's the first piece. Give this to that woman of yours with the knife.
Okay. Regina, okay.
Yes, yes, that is her name. Give that to her. She will perhaps tell her it's a token of my esteem. But please hurry. I don't like the air.
Okay. All right. I'll let you know when I get there.
And he leaves you to go back in your little putt-putt electric car to go back, probably to pick up your mother, get things ready. And there's a little bit of a montage where a couple of things are going to happen before everything happens. Because there's a heist. I need tradecraft from Tango.
Even with the gunshot wound. Pulling through.
3, do you think that's... Oh, you have a... No, that doesn't work on that one. Do you think that's good enough for these false boxes?
I think I wouldn't mind adding a fate point. Like
Do
bring
it.
a fate point, just adding 2.
What's the aspect?
Let's see. Nose for a double cross.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And you're building these crates. This is this moment. You have it's like these moments, a couple of hours before the heist. And you build these crates. They look good to you. They look good. The communists also want some false paperwork. They want some false IDs. They want 4. Would you make them for them if you would? Saying that they're basically sort of soldiers, sort of fascist soldiers. I'm going to ask Sylvie, what are you going to do to prep for this heist?
Well, I guess the real question, Charlie.
She does not arrive. She has not shown up.
Okay. Sylvie's going to give her a call.
She does not answer.
Well, Sylvie's going to, because the bar can't be.
The bar can't be opened right now.
Right.
Because you have
which
no electricity.
Are we still? Yeah, so we're still on, and we haven't actually started the upstairs.
You have not, but you could.
Okay.
But you haven't yet. Because it's just been a day.
Oh man. Yeah. That makes both Sylvie and me as the player real uncomfortable. I
do not think Oscar's going on a heist with you. I think he's going to get Jules out of the city.
Yeah.
Because he can.
I mean, I think Sylvie's probably just gonna kind of try resting a bit and like, because she's still not been feeling too well. Like she's still been having to sit down a lot, and she's still been pretty dizzy and not feeling. She's still looking a little pale around the fringes, and now she's getting kind of worried about Charlie too. So she's kind of all over the place. And at one point she'll probably go up to Regina and just ask, like,
Regina doesn't know what happened.
Yeah. Well, and at first she's gonna read the heist. What can I do for what? I don't think I'm gonna be very helpful with the boxes, but what? And then she kind of like sits down, like she comes up and asks her, and then she finds a chair and sits down.
Yeah. Regina will sit with you, and she says, "It's okay to just stay here tonight."
I can see about perhaps. Well, you already have the hands. Is there anything I can do to help prepare for all of this and whatnot?
Tonight's job is easy. We'll come back for the art. Let us do all the heavy lifting, and you stay here.
Yes, I might actually go. There was, I'm sure you saw Oscar. You can't have missed him. Did he talk to you at all?
Yes, we spoke.
Did he tell you what happened?
No, I'm a little vague on what went down.
I'm going to try and find Charlie.
I like this. I actually do have something that you can do for me. When you find Charlie, when the two of you can deliver the truck to the communist, and I hand over a set of keys. Remember, the night of the shooting, I know there was a lot. The rest of the artists, they took a truck. They left it.
Yes, of course.
The keys are actually, I think I told him to tuck them in the tires. The keys are in the front left wheel.
Where did they leave it?
wherever I told them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
around.
Story plot location.
it's in the warehouse district, not
location.
not far from where the
Yeah.
cleaners are.
Alright. It would be helpful if you could move it. I thought maybe it would be a kind gesture for the loss of their people, saving us
Yes.
the other night.
Oh, of course. We're just to where they are.
Sure. Maybe put the keys back where we found them. I'll tell them where they can pick it up.
Yes, of course. I'm going to find Charlie. There's
By the way,
This
Ducky is reclining, like in like a bunch of costumes, just like relaxing.
on my costumes.
Mhm.
We'll deal with Dougie.
Is he wrinkling them?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay.
Him and Tango are having a fashion show right
Yeah.
now.
Oh my god.
I need you to look at me and promise me that you are okay enough to go and find her. You and I both know Charlie is capable of taking care of herself. And what would Charlie say?
Yes, but I've known her for a very long time and I've not seen her snap quite like that before.
Well,
Do I hear all this, by the way? Like it's right there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to pipe up.
I'm not sure what got into her, but
It was
anyway.
me. I got into her. Wait,
What?
that sounds, no.
What?
On the way here, I didn't think we could trust Oscar. Or on the way there. Because I got the phone call. Me and Charlie hopped in the car. And that's why we were there.
I can't. And she looks like is starting to get like nauseous again. I can't have this conversation right now. I'm sorry. And she turns and kind of just like goes to the door.
And Hannah goes with you.
Talk
And then
to her. You can tell
she
her.
stops and she actually like throws up behind the bar
Oh.
first before she actually gets out.
And Hannah's just like in a bit of a
Tango, it sounds like Luke has left the crates out back.
Okay.
Maybe you could finish working your magic.
Oh.
Teach him a little something about how they're built. It might be a good job for him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna come down and
We think he's out there, so
mm-hmm.
yeah, I'll go handle that.
He's
Oscar. Oh, I'm sorry.
Luke is not there. He's with Jules. But when you get to like his neighborhood, there are people waiting for him, and he stops you early. He's like, I have to go. And you see young people. And there are like 5 or 6 of them, and they're in the blue uniforms of the fascist French youth. And he says, I have to go. You shouldn't get too close, but
Yeah.
And Luke just gives Jules the biggest hug. He just gives you this really big hug. I have to go. They're not my friends, though. And he looks at you, Jules, with a kind of a little bit of a sadness as he has to go and spend the night, the evening with his fascist friends.
And do some good work, Luke. Think of it as work, huh?
And you see him go off, and his friends, you can hear them like, "Where were you? You know, you're always a screw up." And like he goes, and they sort of like grab him and they take him off into the night, where I suppose you go off to go and find your mother. Regina, what do you do to prepare for this heist?
I mean, Regina's done pretty much everything I think she can till she's on site. They know we're supposed to meet up. We know what door is going to be propped open. We know that really the crates are kind of a secondary piece of this. Like we can always go back and put them in the crates. We just have to move it all tonight. So I don't know how much she can actually prep for this until she's on site.
This is how we're going to do it. You and
Okay.
Tango, I assume, go on site. Sylvie, you go off into the night to find Charlie.
Yes.
Jules, you pick up your mom. You go to... Oscar's going to come with you. And Ducky's going to, I suppose, stay in the basement.
No.
All
Ducky.
my costumes?
No, Ducky is a strapping young gentleman, or so he feels, so he can come move art with the rest of the strapping young
With
gentlemen.
the only non-shot woman among us.
And he has been injured, but the minute you say it, Regina, he's like, yeah, right, yeah. You should see me play darts.
So who is Oscar going with? Because Regina would really
Oscar's
like
gonna,
to speak with Oscar.
Oscar's going to go with Jules.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
He's prepping his bike.
Yeah. He's
Oh.
in the alley. Prepping
Very
his
So
bike.
you're
Brady
prepping him what
fashion.
to run him across the
Yeah.
border?
Across the
To-
checkpoints.
yeah. Or to record. Oh, okay. Across the checkpoints.
Because some
cool.
people have got a special
Sway.
medallion.
I got that.
Some
Okay,
people got some
cool.
sway.
I got you. Okay, that's actually great. So I think Regina, she does want to talk to Oscar,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
she's like, there's been a lot of information. I hope
Mhm.
Collette finally leaves. Does she get the hell out of here?
She waits a little bit until she's a little bit more presentable. Actually, you know what? She's going to ask you a question. She would say to you, "Can I pardon? Is it possible for me to stay away? Your doctor says that I will look a bit more presentable. It would not do well for me to walk into the hotel like this. Can you give me a place to stay?"
That's Sylvie's decision. If you could stay here.
Sylvie, you are the head of this cell. Do you have a place for me to stay before I walk back behind in front of everyone? And they might ask questions. I have an alibi.
Of course. It would be simply uncivil to send you back in this condition.
Thank you. Should I stay here or somewhere else?
No, please, make yourself comfortable downstairs.
She will stay because she does not want to walk into an entire hotel full of military
Perfect.
intelligence
That's fine.
looking all messed up.
Then Regina will follow Oscar out or find
Mhm.
somewhere that she is
Mhm.
not.
And you step out into the alley where I assume Sylvie goes off into the night to try to find Charlie. Tango's getting ready. The group that's staying behind is getting ready to go to the Louvre. Jules is on his way to pick up his mother. This young woman, Isabel, by the way, is her name. And it's ready. You were going to speak to Oscar.
Yes. Oscar,
Yeah.
what do you make of it? All of it.
What Collette was saying?
Yes.
Too convenient. The names that she provided, they are zealots for the Fuhrer. They wouldn't, nor do they have the power to do what she thinks and says that they are planning. They are powerful men. Do not get me wrong, but they do not have. They cannot take a god from the sky.
I agree.
Point of order,
Something
she never said that they were actually conspiring.
Right.
Right. But those names on the conspirators list were, yeah.
I recognize that this is quite a mess. And I'm sure that there's going to be some heavy covering up that you'll have to do with Gestapo.
It's not as difficult as you would think because Hassel is not going to like what he has heard. These are names that are on his team, or he would at least thought that's what they were. She is either a fool, which I do not believe, or she is providing information that would turn the snake on its own tail.
Yes. My thought exactly. Oscar, if it is true what she let slip under that extreme trauma. That she's trying to assassinate the Fuhrer. We owe it to our country to do what we can to assure that that happens.
Yeah, but we must be smart, Regina, because there are those that are planning in the shadows to take their shot at Caesar. But they will need faces to deflect. They will need names on a list that have nothing to do with it. We must be very careful we do not become two of those names.
This is true. And an angle I had not considered. I guess what I'm saying is, for a very long time, I have bore the burden of feeling like I have to answer for all the good Germans that are plaguing this place. You are the first good German I have found who isn't really a good German. It is comforting. And, well, I'd like to say that maybe we could just be the best of Germany instead.
Yeah. He would stand up from his squat beside his bike, wince a little as the pain in his ribs catches. You understand that if you turn your sights as you are a sniper, you can only have one target. If you are going to turn your full attention to the Fuhrer, then things like the art, the people of Paris, those will all be missed targets.
I will consider this. Good luck on your ride, Oscar. Take care of Jules. He's a friend.
I believe that he will take care of me.
That too, I also believe.
I will attempt to be back before it is done. But before you all leave and before I ride off, I have one last thing I must do. And he would step forward and extend his hand to Regina.
Regina would gratefully take it.
To Germany.
To Germany.
And Oscar would go inside and put his sandwich on a plate.
Yes.
And this evening, people are all over the city. Things are happening in different moments. When Tango and Regina and Ducky make it to the Louvre, it's weirdly empty when you get into the first arrondissement, as if it's sort of emptied out somehow. Yes, I see that package. Oh, you should just give it to Oscar.
Oh, perfect. Oscar, I hand you a package to give to Jules. It needs to go to London. That's it. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
The first arrondissement is weirdly empty. No one's around when you make it there. And you make it to the back door, the one that's been left, one of the ones that have been left open. And when you get there, once you sort of like, the door's been opened, the communists emerge. And Elodie is there. Mother Courage is there. She often isn't, but she's there. And there are like, 20, 30 fellows. Quite a few.
Damn.
Yeah. Quite a few of them look a little country. But they're there and they have been hiding, right? Like in the sort of the gardens. They come in and you sit inside the Louvre, and it is beautiful. It is spacious. It is empty. And you work for some hours switching crates, moving them down into the catacombs below in the deep basement. It is perhaps maybe, I don't know how you all feel about it, but it's good work. It's good work, and you all are in a space of peace and quiet and safety as you're in the Louvre, saving art. And it is a lot of art. It's more than you could ever put in a truck. It's huge amounts because they have stolen so much. And in this moment, you know that this is happening. And I'm going to ask you, the Mother Courage, she walks up to you. She sees Tango first, though, and she looks at you. Young man, what is going on? And she comes up to you, and she sees that you have been injured. It seemed like she was going to ask Regina about the deal that they made, right? But when she sees Tango, she goes immediately to him first. You should not be lifting things. You don't seem to be.
Don't worry about me.
Well,
all right, I'm strong. Big old strong Tango. That's what they all say.
She pokes you.
Yeah. It's like a squeeze toy.
Well,
He's not here to move things. He's here to give orders, right, Tango?
good.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can do that too. But I can also lift a box.
No.
Like the smaller ones.
No.
Are there smaller
No.
boxes?
No.
Okay.
It will not happen. No lifting of boxes for you. And she just gives Regina kind of like an exasperated look, like in this sort of like, he doesn't get to do that. So, and she talks to both of you. Elodie, go. Move that. Do you have the information?
I grabbed the folder from Tango. I'm sure. Pass it over.
Yeah.
Thanks to Tango, you have the papers you've asked for. On the front is a small slip of paper, a location, the warehouse as promised, and I have a special gift being delivered directly to your door.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Do I?
You hear the church bells. It's 10 o'clock. We should have no problems tonight. She says as you begin to move those boxes.
Great, wonderful.
And she has warehouse information. She's got the documents. You move all of the things. There are people there. It goes without a hitch. Not one security card comes by. No one shows up to bother you at all. Let's slide out towards Jules. It's Jules and Oscar. He's decided to ride with you. You have Isabel, and she's actually small enough that you can actually have Isabel, your mother, and her all in this sports car. And, like, that's actually quite fine. It's a little tight, right? But you can do it. And Oscar comes with you. It's you two, Oscar and Jules, heading, I suppose, towards a checkpoint. I don't know if you want to talk before then.
He would occasionally pull up beside you
Yeah.
on the his motorcycle and indicate there should be 3, maybe 4 kilometers this way, unless they've moved it.
Okay. You're not having too much trouble following me?
No, you're a large target. I can just zip around on my little bike.
Okay. So, hey, tell me, why'd you get tired of working for the Nazis?
Ah, it's the work, as you say. It was not inspiring.
I understand. All right.
And
But I'll race you. I'll race you, my friend. Down the street. Let's go.
the first checkpoint, though, however,
Right through the checkpoint.
We have nothing to declare.
Yes.
Viva la resistance!
Checkpoint is the finish line.
he
do
zooms
it.
through the checkpoint. What do you want to do, Oscar, as a Corsican and two black people ride through a checkpoint in a sports car?
He would be close enough where he would pull up and present his pass. They are with me. They are working with the Gestapo.
And the young man at the checkpoint is Dirk. And he hears you say this. And he sees your medallion. And he doesn't quite know what to say to you at that moment. And he goes, "Oh,
Do you understand?
jawohl." But you can tell he's really not quite certain what's going on right now. And he just goes, "Jawohl." And he's a little afraid of you. And he was the guy that was like buddy with you. But when he sees that medallion, it like sends a shiver down his spine. And he says,
Then he would play into that, and he would, let the bike rev and then silence for a second as he would say, "You saw nothing."
and there's a little bit of sadness in his face
And there's a little bit in Oscar's as well.
as his friend turns out to have been Gestapo. And I assume you head back in towards the city?
If he can, Oscar wants to be there to help with the end of the heist if he can. So he would take Jules as far out through as many checkpoints as he could before he'd have to double back and make it back to the others. But he'd push it, even if it meant driving like a bat out of hell on the way back. But
You will not make it to the Louvre. Sylvie, you will have some traffic problems. Sylvie, you go off to try to find Charlie, and you're the first one who sees it. What's happening right now? In the Louvre, they don't know. It's quiet there. But as you go off onto the street to look for Charlie, you hear it first. You hear shouts, cries, yelling. And then you see them. Hundreds of people in Montmartre. Not just in Montmartre, that's where you're at right now. In your arrondissement, there are hundreds of people on the streets right now. In many of the arrondissement, there are hundreds of Parisians on the street here on this date with signs, and they're protesting. And you see young people, and because you're in Montmartre, your neighborhood, you see some of the Zazoos, Luke's girlfriend, some of them in this large crowd, and they are marching to protest fascism in their city. And they're marching all along, all throughout Paris. By the way, historical fact actually happened. And Oscar, you cannot get through to the Louvre because there are people everywhere. And you see it, Sylvie, and Oscar, you see it. Jules, you are on your way out of town with your mother, with this kid. Oscar has taken you through so many checkpoints without even... It was easy. The rest of the trip will not be easy. It is a long trip and it involves going through the mountains, through the Pyrenees. But you've done it before. You can do it. But you two, the people of Paris are rising up. Welcome, Raiders. They're rising up to speak out. There has been some amazing propaganda on the part of the Red Tailors, getting a lot of people out, causing a very big distraction, and no one will bother you in the Louvre, as Paris has hit a boiling point. And Sylvie, you see it. Oscar, you don't, because you're not in the same neighborhood. You just see, you see it, but you don't see what Sylvie sees. What you see, both of you, are the French police. And the Gestapo. And the Gestapo and the French police move in. And it's not just the Gestapo, because they're not that big. It's not, the French police are there, although their numbers are a little bit smaller than you might think they'd be. But they're augmented. They're augmented also by the French fascist youth. And at this night, at 10 o'clock, there are clashes in the streets. The protesters speak out against fascism. They speak out against the oppression of their city. And they speak about wanting freedom. And as they speak, chanting, singing, Marseillaise, singing, there's a song about the partisan which they sing. As they sing, the forces arrayed against them move in with billy clubs. And the fighting happens. There's beating. But the people who are protesting pick up rocks and they throw them. And there is a fearsome clash. And there's some gunshots. And you see disarray. And Sylvie, what we will close on is you see Luke in his blue fascist uniform, face to face with one of his friends, as there is chaos and violence in the streets. And then gunshots, screaming, and the Gestapo man in uniform on the ground bleeding. French police, it's unclear what they're trying to do, if they're trying to be a buffer between what looks like now the German military coming in and the French population. It's unclear exactly what the police are doing because it's chaos, but they might be trying to provide some kind of buffer, but it's madness. And that's where we're going to end the episode. That's it. A night of protest. A night of protest and the saving of a lot of art. And Paris rising up in protest. And people come back. I will say, there were a lot more of Mother Courage's friends than you might have thought. And they were out there, and they were also other places. And there's the sounds of explosions. While the Gestapo is here on the streets, there are explosions in their homes. They have been distracted. And our communists rolled really well. And it's not going to go very well for the Gestapo while they're out here. Yeah, it will not. But the aftermath will have to be for another moment. Jules leaves with some very important people and some gold. And somewhere Luke has to make a choice about what to do. And Sylvie sees this, and Oscar sees this, sort of stuck in the middle of this protest. And a lot of art is spirited into the ancient medieval basement of the Louvre with decoys above. And all of you are safe. We don't know about Charlie, and we don't know how Luke is emotionally. But all of that will have to pick up the next morning or the day after in our season finale of City of Light and Shadow. That's it, everybody. I would like to read out our donations. No. We're going to do, yes, donations. I would like to read out our donations. We got some in, and I would like to thank everyone who's donated. This money goes to help pay the cast. Thank you. Void Smoker, one of our amazing artists, along with Origami Shuriken, who's given, both of you have made amazing fan art, donated $50 to said 3 minutes ago. Was so worried what Trooper has planned for the finale, but whatever happens, thank you all for a masterful second season. We got another donation. Yeah. We got a donation from Chat's Thanks for $500, which says, on behalf of Chat,
What?
we thank you for spending your time and heart to entertain. I have a lot of feels. I will not say them right now.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then Willen, who I have secretly given Chronicle status on our webpage, which will go live very soon, donated 100 bits and said, wow, there was a lot happening today. And there was.
There was.
I would like each one of the cast members to give us the outro, tell us who you are, where we can find you, and tell me something you loved. Give somebody else in the cast love this moment, and just say what your burning question is, what you want to know, as we walk into the very last episode of season 2. And we'll start with JF.
All right. Lovely, lovely. That was great. It was so good to be back, honestly.
We missed you so
for this
much.
episode especially.
Missed you so much.
I've been super busy. Actually, it's a super great a coincidence, because I just finished translating a script that was written in occupied Paris.
Oh,
for my term paper, so it's just like perfect. But other than that, yeah, I mean, my favorite moments, geez, there's a few, but I'd have to go with the peck on the cheek from Tango. To me, that's like a testimony to the fact that he might have become somewhat French. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was, no, y'all are great, man. It's amazing. Great cast. Love y'all.
And what's your burning question? What do
my
you want to know?
burning question?
Your burning question.
Oh God. Well, I mean, I obviously like the 15-year-old that Jules is stuck with. I guess I'd like to know, I'd like to know something about her, whether she's a pain in the butt or not. But we'll see, you know.
By the way, we need a title, chat. We need a title for today's episode.
They've been tossing some out in chat. If
Ooh.
you haven't noticed, loose lips was one. Lip service was another. True confessions.
We've already had that one.
Added. Oh, have we?
Yeah.
I mean,
I like lip service.
I think lip service is pretty good. We spilled a lot of things. There was a lot of lip action.
Yeah. Fox. You'll have to forgive me for a moment. I'm like, Fox, give me.
No, hey, you ride the field train. You ride it.
Who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and then give your burning question.
Yes. Yeah. So, hello everyone. I am Rocket Fox. I'm hither, thither, and all a wither. I played Sylvie, the jazz lady, and as of right now, I realized halfway through sounds like I'm 80, so that's fun. And favorite moments, there were, as always, there are so many. One that really, the first one I have to mention, just because it is my duty to mention this, Oscar going in and kissing Tango. Obviously that has to be up there, near the top of the list, because for both Sylvie and also for Rocket, because, you know, obviously, I don't think that really needs any explanation. But I think there were so many good things too. Like, I loved like Jules interacting with everybody, but also just him with the Duke as well, and just that whole dynamic, and waltzing in there being like, I don't know you anything, kiss my butt, you know. And just the entire way that went, I think, was amazing. Like, all of the ways that Regina was interacting, like with Collette, with, you know, just everybody, and all of the individual scenes, I think was fantastic. So, and as always, all of the NPC action as well, very strong world every single time. So that's me.
Let's go to our burning question.
My burning question is what so I have so this also, I want to amend Trooper. We mentioned this during the break. Sylvie wanted to send out a little bird to invite.
Yeah, that's why he couldn't go show up today, by the way, because there was like massive demonstrations, and he was busy. Yeah, he couldn't visit you.
At some point during all of this that went on, Sylvie wanted to send out a little invite to the new chief of police to meet up with her in a more casual setting, just have a little heart to heart, a little talksy, if you will. And
he would love to. However,
he's busy with protests. I get it. We're all busy. So I think my burning question really is how that's gonna go. Because how's that gonna go? That's my question.
How about Little Red Dot? Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love and your burning question.
I'm the littlest of red dots. You can find me online as Little Red Dot in all the places where I roll dice and tell stories. Okay. Moment. Gosh, there were so many. So my gag moment, because there's always a visual gag of every time Oscar tried to make a sandwich for Tango, is my big gag of the night. Like, I feel like there's this montage of cutscenes in between these really tense moments where Oscar is trying so hard to make this damn sandwich for Tango, but because he, you know, is a good German, he's gonna finish it. It took a while. So anyways, I got real tickled by that, even though it wasn't a thing, it's a thing. But
I want to know what the sandwich was.
Yeah, I want to know what the sandwich was. Oh God, there were so many things. I really loved the moment of Jules and Luke in the alleyway. You know, because like we all know that Luke's been through some business and some stuff. Um, and as much as like Regina's taken him under her wing and has shown him just an extreme amount of like uh sisterly kind of love, um, it was like as an audience member really nice to see Luke like yeah, just hanging with the dudes. So yeah, it was I think I really appreciated that. I needed that. He needed that. Luke needed that.
Yeah.
Which I is yeah. So I
He probably
yeah,
would
I
have put up
call
a
that
fuss,
moment.
but he had his fascist friends that he had to go and hang out
Yeah.
with.
Yes, yes. Yeah. So that would be the one that I think that's the moment that really just like made my heart swell up a little bit.
Burning question?
Oh god. Okay. So if I've got my cards straight and my
Mhm.
notes right, which I
Mhm.
took a lot tonight, by the
Mhm.
way, um, my burning question is the list
Mhm.
that Collette actually gave,
Mhm.
which was news to Regina. She didn't know that Collette gave a false list. That was all right.
Technically,
I didn't know.
she didn't give a false list. She just went into a building with 5 dudes, and Mark Calvé wrote down who they were, and then turned that list into the boss.
That list in. Okay. Well, so my real question is that actually who she's working with? Which Dot tends to agree with Oscar's opinion that it's not, that it's a little all too perfect. So my burning question is, what is the real list? Because there's a list. What is the real list? Is that the one that Regina has? And what is the other list I got from the newspaper? Because that's like going to be huge too. There's a lot of lists. People are making lists.
Check
and
them
we have
twice.
them all, but we don't know everything about them.
I will tell you that coded list that you got from her purse, you are not going to be able to decode it because it's not a cipher. It's a code. It's written in such a way that basically you cannot decipher that code at all unless you know what it is. You are only able to decipher one name only because you happen to have known the person in person.
Well,
and
I still have it,
yeah,
and I
you
can
have
pass
it.
it along to London. And
Yeah.
you know what, chat? I want to toss that out too. Jules,
Yeah.
Regina did not know she needed to
Yeah.
hug Jules, but she did, and it was super duper important for her.
That was my second favorite moment.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean second. You know.
Yeah,
For the great
Regina needed that hug. Like Jules represents a lot of things, and most
that was
definitely
really-
safety and like her
Yeah.
way into France and
Yeah.
out of what she was, and like yeah, it was real touching for her because it was like she came back after some serious shit that has gone down over the last like 48 hours, and like she came in expecting to raise hell and was faced with like her best friend.
Jules
and
and she left Germany together. Like that's how they got out of there.
He drove her.
He
He drove
her
her
out.
out the night of her wedding that she left.
Decided not to do.
Decided not to go through with. Yeah. So yeah, there was just like it was just an important moment. So thanks, chat, for calling that out because that meant a lot to Regina more than she could have expected.
And wait, Foxhole, my burning question. I have it now.
Yes.
It's you know what? It's about this girl and
Yep.
Jules. What I need to know for Jules is can she drive? Because or else it's going to be a very long drive.
Question
And
one.
if she can't, then he will teach her.
Question one. The answer is she a pain in the butt? She's going to be a bit moody for a while because she feels like her dad kicked her away, right? Like being a 15-year-old kid, maybe you don't want to leave your dad, so she's in a bit of a state. But she knows how to drive, and also she has a knife. Those are some things that you would know about her.
Perfect.
And she can throw it. Actually, she's a pretty good knife thrower. She did not go to finishing school. Well, she did, but it was a different kind of finishing school, is what I'm going to say.
She's a duchess, of course.
Her dad's a crime boss. So, Stiver.
Hello, everyone. I am James Stiver. You can find me on everything social media as either Holy Stiver or I am Stiver. Just put Stiver, and I mean, really, you'll be fine. Let's see. I gotta say that my favorite moment that hasn't already been discuss. I think it's gonna be Regina talking to Falstaff.
Hmm.
Just that whole interaction, and it was great seeing her standing up for her decision for working with the communists, and and having Tango's back, because she could have easily not have. And I don't know if, like, in the beginning of all
She
this,
followed. She had to follow protocol,
Right?
but she doesn't have to necessarily agree with the fact that she had to, like, she's got Tango's back on it, but she still has to report that workover's been blown. You know what I mean? Like, it's the hard fact, you know.
Yeah.
But yes, she definitely has Tango's back because Mother Courage told Regina that Tango saved their lives by doing it. So,
Right?
I just love that interaction. You two played off each other so well, and it was a good time.
he's gonna learn to hate and love Regina because
What makes you think he already doesn't?
I don't know, the constant salt in his voice.
I feel like you've been salting each other's meals. I just feel like
we've been salted.
yeah.
I think they're the kind, like, they're never going to be able to not have each other in each other's lives, because they just have to be nagging at each other.
Yeah. It's, you know, I got to keep him on his toes. He thinks he knows everything.
Yeah.
We don't know.
What is your burning question?
My burning question is, what is the fate of Luke during all this? Because at the very end, but the closing scenes, it's Luke going up against, like, a mob, and a mob he doesn't want to fight.
That is correct.
And I'm just worried for him. Really, that's my burning question. Why? Why'd you do that to Luke, our sweet baby Luke?
Because, like, he's got much of a choice.
And also because I'm evil. That's why I did it.
Because you're nasty. You're nasty evil.
Because I'm nasty. Greg, tell us who you are, where we can find you. Give us some love, and then tell us your burning question.
Sure. My name's Greg. I'm not on social media, but you can find me over at the Discord. So if you would like to talk about this lovely show or anything else over on the Academic Foxhole Discord, I'll be there occasionally, and I would love to talk to you. The community is fantastic. My favorite parts of all of this are as follows, because again, I'm too much of a chicken to just say like one, because I can't pick favorites. The NPCs were fabulous tonight. I thought Duck was especially assholey, which is awesome. It makes me feel vile, which is great.
He's also not being brought out by Jules, so he's still stuck there. I love it.
Right. I too like the interaction between Jules and Luke, but my favorite part of that whole thing was, "You bastard!" and smacked him. That was my favorite part. That was the best. That was the hands down the best. Just, like kicking the shit out of him, like in a friendly manner, like slapping him about. I love it. The puking is concerning. I had a little chat about the puking, and
I'm sure it's
concerning.
Fine. I'm sure it's
Yep.
fine. Look,
I'm concerned.
Look.
I have concern.
I don't know why. I told you that she did a blood transfusion, and you know she hasn't slept.
Things go around, you know.
Yeah.
Things transmit.
Greg and Oscar have concerns that are just the best German's speech. I loved very, very much. And obviously the kiss and the pinky swear were personal favorites. But whenever, ultimately, I don't know when in game time this is, but wrapped up in wax paper is the following: a split rye roll that has been buttered, that has Gouda cheese laid on it. It has been cut in half. One half has split pickles on it. The other half, in addition to the Gouda cheese, has chopped apples. There's a little bit of onion on both sides and mustard, and a note that would say, well, as read by Oscar, this is from a little place called the Thunderbolt Cafe in Dusseldorf. It is a poor imitation. Someday, I hope to share with you the original. And back to you, Trooper. Oh, my question.
Burning question.
My burning question for all of this is at some point, Tristan Hassel's going to need an update. And I think that what's happening on this particular night is going to require one. And Oscar has some dancing to do.
Tristan Hassel does need an update because you work for him. Well, that's not technically true. You have temporary duty here at his behest. You technically work for Berlin, but you know. Yeah, he does. He is going to want to ask you some questions. That is true. I am troopersjp, and all I do here is torment players. That's really what I do. I'm just here to give them torment, and you can find me here or Academic Foxhole on Twitter. Thank you, Twitter. Sorry, I'm still a little distracted by that. That was yeah, and
amazing. Thank you.
It's yeah. And thank you. You're amazing. This is the episode before the final episode. I just have to tell you something, chat. If you are here and you're paying attention, I need to tell you this. We have a surprise for you for the finale. We couldn't get the points come back in, but I know that you spent them. I know you did. I will give it to them. Don't worry, because I know you'll spend them. We have a surprise. It's not like a death surprise. It's a cool surprise. So because sometimes they give surprises and those surprises at their protest and then clashes. But this is not that kind of a surprise. It's a very exciting surprise. So be there. It'll be really cool. Tell your friends. It'll be good. And yeah, I just want to say I love the cast. We have done an exercise offline where we had all the cast talk about the things that they like about their character may not like about themselves, what they like about each character, what their characters like about each character. We did a little bit of a bleed exercise, and the things that they all said were so kind and so generous and so thoughtful. And I'm so lucky to have a cast of a crew of people to play with who are just so generous, kind, thoughtful, dedicated, who think about the game and who give so much. So I want to thank them. And I also want to thank the chat. This is an amazing chat. People sometimes say things about the internet. They're like, oh, the internet's full of mean people. But I don't know about wherever they're talking about, but here you all are amazing. I love how dedicated you are. I love how you think about it. I love all of the theories in chat. You all are great, and you make this worthwhile. So thank you very much. And with that, we're going to go to credits. Thank you very much. And we will catch you next Friday for the end of season 2. There will be a giveaway of something super cool that the players don't yet know what it is because they're not allowed to know yet. Yeah, and I'll be there. Oh, it's going to be pre-recorded. I'll be in chat, so you can chat with me during the entire episode if you like. And any cast members who would like to be there, not Dot, she's not allowed to be there because she's got a wedding to go to, can also hang out and chat with us all if you like. So that's it. And I'm happy to say there will be a third season, and we will start either at the very end of January or the first Friday of February, depending on what we do. It might be the 29th. We will see. And sadly, right now, Jean-Francois cannot join us for season 3, he says, because he's still going to be in the midst of a pretty intense graduate program that makes him scream. But, we might get him back in the summer, is all I'm going to say. That's it. Goodbye, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and I will catch you all on the socials, right? We got all the socials in there. There's a Discord, and I will catch you then. And be good and kind to each other. Take care, everybody.